Wow.
Yeah,
There is a
yeah.
little bit because I'm cooking. Hold on.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
so quick thing, Pyro. So my question for you right now is there's a specific question. So do you have you heard of gluttony? Eating at excess or because of a greed?
I didn't get it.
So gluttony, it's where you do something out of greed because you're very greedy. So for example, if like I fixed your
Yeah,
car,
greedy. I know.
yeah, if I fixed your car, instead of like me asking for $100, I ask for $200. That's greedy, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Do you think Muhammad was ever
that's
greedy?
no. I don't think that's greedy. I think like that's what I value my service, so I will ask for
No,
the, like
it's
I
no. It is greedy when you literally, let's say you
okay,
take.
I will offer it before I do it. If you want to accept it, accept it. If you don't want, if you don't want to, you don't
But
have
do you
to.
do you at least understand the word greed?
Yeah, I understand. I understand what
Okay.
greed like
Do
like
you,
craving more and more and more. I understand the meaning.
yeah. Do you think Muhammad was ever greedy?
No, I don't think that.
Okay. So why? So you believe that he like ate
Okay,
animals for pleasure?
because God
That's not
told
my
us
question.
why that's the reason for why animals have been created.
Yeah. Do you think it's greedy to want to kill someone for pleasure?
No, I don't think that's greedy.
There you go, Val.
I don't think that's greedy because I'm not doing anything like that's not allowed for me. I'm not crossing any lines for me
Uh,
from my point of view.
So
I'm not
why?
sure if anyone wants to comment on that. Val, you here?
Yeah, but I think we have. Yeah, I think we have addressed all the issue. I mean, yeah.
Did you get my point, Val, by the way?
What?
Did you get my point of what I was saying?
What? With the greedy aspect, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so
Depyro,
something
can
else
I
to
ask you a question? Depyro, can I ask
Yeah,
you a
you
question?
can.
Just
Go
a follow-up
ahead.
question. If Allah was coming down today to meet his followers, right, and he was like, look, 21st century is so bountiful, and the person can choose to exploit and kill animals for food, or he can choose to not exploit and kill animals for food. Oh, but wait, the pirate chose to exploit and kill animals for food when he doesn't have to. Do you think Allah would say, yeah, good choice, torturing and killing my creatures when I don't
Yeah,
have to?
because
You think he
I
would
don't
say
think that's gonna
good
happen
choice?
because he told us that's the reason why they are created.
Yeah, but you understand my dichotomy that I created here.
Yeah,
I'm saying you
because
don't. Hold on.
you don't have to, but like in the book, he didn't say like only if you have to.
Exactly, and you don't have to.
No, I'm saying like the reason for, like that animals are like cows and like buffaloes are created is
Like
for us to.
what is like?
No, it's
Just
fine.
Thank
Come
you,
on,
thank you.
Bro,
Prakash,
stop,
come
let
on.
him talk.
That's just beside the point entirely. That's how he talks. It's fine.
Okay, like let me say a point. The way they created is for us to eat.
Yeah. But do you understand
my
what I
point.
said?
That's
you
what
understand?
God said. That's what God said. Told
Please
us.
repeat to me what was my question. Please repeat to me.
Your question was if I have the choice to do that or if I have the choice to eat from other sources.
Yeah, I'm asking. No, I'm asking more than that. I'm asking if Allah came down
If
to.
God
Hold
would
on.
like saw me doing that, would He like be okay if with me doing that?
I'm asking which choice He would respect you for more. Torturing
don't
and
think it's
killing
not
his
related to
creatures or
respect.
not
That's
torturing
all.
and killing his creatures?
That's not torturing for me. Like for me, it's not.
It's not torturing for you, it's torturing for the
Yeah.
animal.
No, not
Yeah,
from my
yeah,
point
yeah,
of from my point of view. It's not torturing for them.
Well, that's from your point of view. From the point of view of the animal,
from
it
the
is.
point that God told us about, it's not torturing.
Yo,
Do you
What are
consider
you talking
animals in
about?
your consumption, Depyro? Hold on,
What?
please, Hansi Rot. We'll get to you, but we're in the middle of a conversation, right? So let us finish the conversation, and we'll get to you. Okay.
I got it.
Okay. So can you answer my question, please, DePyro?
What? I didn't hear it.
Do you consider the point of view of the animals whom you eat? Because it sounds like you don't.
I don't think like
Yeah.
they are created to have a point of view.
You don't think animals have a point of view?
No, I don't think that like they are not created to have a point of view.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if they do have a point of view.
I don't think that.
Do you think dogs have a point of view?
I think dogs like they do what they are. They do anything like they don't differ between what's harmful and what's not.
You don't think dogs differ between what's harmful and what's not?
Yeah, some
If you
dogs
kick a
lie.
dog,
If
it's
you-
not.
If you didn't teach,
Hold on.
if you didn't teach them what's harmful or what's not,
Yeah.
they will not learn.
So if you take a new if you take a new puppy and you kick him, do you think he prefers to be kicked or prefers to be not to be kicked?
I don't think he has preference.
You don't think a dog has preference whether you kick him or not?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, so we can't help you, because
What
the
the
way you view reality is just warped. It's just wrong.
Yeah. The way I'm looking to this point
Yeah.
is that that the animals that some animals are created for us to like to get feeded from, okay, even if there is other sources, but still they are a source and we can use them anytime we want, even if we have the other sources. That's not a problem for me. That's not forbidden anyway.
Well, of course,
I
it's not
don't
a
think,
problem
like,
for you. That's not what I'm
let me-
asking,
let
right?
me- let me just
sorry,
continue my
the
point
pyro.
of view. Let me just say my
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
point of view,
Sure.
and you can say anything you want.
Yeah.
So it's not like forbidden for me. It's not disrespectful for me.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make me a bad person. That doesn't make me like a harmful person, because I think, or what I believe, from the books from the book that God left for us. It's He created these creations for us to eat, or even to ride, to have milk, and also the dogs like to help us for protection, for guidance, for some stuff. Every creation has its own like every creation have its own like rule in life. So like birds do have the rules, animal like cows have the rules, horses have the rules, dogs have the rules, fishes have the rules.
Okay.
Every-
Please stop repeating yourself. Please. We understand the point. You just keep
The
talking.
point. So
Yeah, I understand
so
the
rule
point.
of
Don't
these
repeat the
animals that we
point.
can eat
I understand the point. The pyro. I
is for
understood
us
the
to
point.
eat.
I understand
Yeah.
the point. So let me tell you what my point of view is, unless you're gonna claim that I also don't have a point of view. So yes, I can concede and agree that your religious book might say that animals were created for you to eat. But then you go on and deny reality by saying that dogs don't have a preference to be kicked or not to be kicked.
I do deny, but
Yeah,
my book
yeah.
my
You
book says that they have a point of view.
Yeah, you deny reality because if you kick
I
a
deny-
dog,
I
hold
don't
on,
deny reality.
The pyro, I
I'm
listen to
talking
you.
about from my
I
point
listen
of
to
view,
you.
but
Hold on.
from my
Hold on.
religious point of view.
I understand your
Dogs
religious
have
point of view.
opinion.
Stop. I
No,
understood
I-
your point of view. Now let me
let me-
express mine.
Let me correct something you said.
Jesus Christ.
Let me correct something
Oh,
you just
Allah.
said. Let me correct something you just said.
What?
You said my religion says that animals doesn't have a point of view.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, I say that, not my religion.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
I know I said that exactly. So here's
Okay.
the thing though. I think any reasonable person who can see, hear, communicate, and is genuinely alive knows that if you kick a dog suffers.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And if you don't kick a dog doesn't suffer, generally speaking, right, from kicking.
Okay.
So I think any reasonable person would say, therefore, a dog has a preference to not be kicked.
Okay. That's right.
Yeah, preference is a point of view,
Okay. Can I say something?
of course.
My religion, it forbids it's forbidden to kick animals, to kick like dogs,
Oh, why?
to kick cats.
Maybe because of the hurt point of view? Well, why? Why would you do that?
No, because you are just being harmful for no reason.
Oh, why is it harmful if your dogs don't have a point of view?
No, because it's like.
So do dogs
harmful
have a
for
point
no
of view?
reason. You are being harmful for no reason. Like
But,
you don't have a reason.
Why would it be
hold
harmful
on,
if dogs
hold
don't
on.
have a point of view?
I,
Don't have
for
preference.
example, kick my dog as a form of stress relief. What are you talking about?
No, it's not a reason. It's not a reason for kicking dogs.
Well, it is my reason.
But what's the problem
Because
with kicking
the
dogs?
reason why dogs are created is to help us at some point.
Yeah,
But
he's helping me by
relieving stress is not one of these things.
Sounds like a good reason for me. Like from my point of view, sounds like as good of a reason as slitting somebody's throat when you don't have to.
I think it's not the same thing.
I
You
don't
have
know
to
why you
count
would say
the
that.
difference.
Sorry,
What's the
Sven, go on.
difference? What's the difference?
The difference, like the animals that we eat are created for that. Even if we let them live, we don't do anything.
Well,
Okay.
I agree, but you said that, like, if dogs are helping us, and my reason is it's a stress. He helps me relieve my stress. Like, you know how some people go on a walk with a dog and it helps them relieve the stress. Me
Yeah,
kicking my dog relieves just
Okay,
just the same way. So it should be
Okay.
okay.
But you are not harming the dog that way. From my point of view, killing a cow is not harmful for her because it just why it's created for. It's not harmful.
Yeah, and
Okay,
based
but
on
killing
your-
a dog for fun or hitting a dog for fun is harmful because that's not why it's created for.
Wait, says who's harmful? You said that dogs don't feel pain.
Yeah.
They don't understand pain. Sorry. So
Yeah,
it's
you
No,
said
because
that dogs don't have
just wanna
preferences,
kill-
right?
What's the reason why you kill a dog?
stress relief.
Stress relief, right? But it's not the reason why dog is created.
Well, dogs are created for humans. Therefore, he's helping me by me literally beating him and killing him.
My
Sorry, can you
religion
show me
says-
where? Can you show me where in the
religion
Quran it
says
says
what
that dog
dogs
is not
are
created
helpful
for
for.
stress relief? Show
My
me in the
dog say-
Quran where it
my-
says that dogs are not created for stress relief.
What?
Show me where it says in the Quran that dogs are not created for stress relief. Actually, show me where it says in the Quran what dogs are created for specifically, please.
Yeah, listen, my religion is not just about Quran. It's about Quran and other hadith.
Show
Okay?
me.
Something that's told
Okay,
to us
show me
by
where in the
Prophet.
hadith it says what dogs are created for. And if we can't
In
find
hadith,
in there,
hadith it said that
Hold on.
dog is created for protecting houses, like guiding blinded people, like created for
yeah.
like helping in the like back in the days, like he used to help like the farmers, like moving the cows and moving the goats and some stuff.
Yeah.
You know that? Created like to help police officers to find some stuff because to use his nose. Okay,
Yeah.
so
So sounds like
said in
most
hadith.
the way most people have dogs today is not Quranic. It's like, oh, not like it's not in hadith because most people just keep them as companions these days. And sounds like
For me, like,
hold on,
you know,
hold
I
on.
wanna-
The
do
pyro, can I
something.
please make my point? So it just sounds like if you what you do or you only take the positive claims about the dog and don't consider the lack of negative claims about the dog. Meaning that it's not said what the dogs are not created for. It says the dogs are created for running with cattle and like
like
home
houses.
protection, right? So for that reason, most people are not doing what it says in the hadith when they keep
Yeah, so
dogs
for
just
me,
for
let me-
companionship, right?
You
So you
didn't let
have
me
to
continue.
exploit animals, according to that.
You didn't let me continue. In my religion, it's forbidden to keep dogs at home, if not for these reasons.
Sorry, can you show me that hadith, please?
Yeah, I can show you if you want.
Okay. I always want to learn new things, so I would appreciate that.
Okay. Okay, 1 minute. Let me search for it.
Of course. Now we can talk to Hansi Rott while the pyro is looking for the thing. What's up? What did you want to say?
I just asked, what are you talking about?
Sure. So this channel is named Vegans Are Better? Question mark. So naturally speaking, we're talking about the veganism, and we're asking people
Yeah,
why
I
they're not
got it.
vegan.
I got. So, do you think vegans are better?
Morally speaking, I am better as a vegan than I was when I was not a vegan. So I would say yes.
All right.
You know, want to know why?
That's-
Would you like to know why?
I definitely know why.
Oh, why?
My English is not that good,
It's okay, you're doing great.
so I can't tell you why.
Well, how about you put it in
Let me
Google
try,
Translate
let me
and you
try,
learn how to
let me
say
try.
those.
All right, wait, let me try.
Sorry.
I will give you the in the comments. I will give you the.
Because vegans, they are like, they don't like killing, like, yeah, let me use translator. Follow.
Sure. Go for it.
It's kind of hard.
I sent you a hadith in the comments
All right, let me check
in
it
the
out.
chat.
Sorry, I can't see.
The last
There are
thing.
no people who keep dogs except for dogs used for herding livestock, hunting or farming, but two kirats will be deduced from their rewards each day. I don't think that doesn't seem to say what you said it said. There are no, let me read it again. There are no people who keep dogs, so it's a statement of fact what's happening, except for
No,
dogs used.
it's forbidding.
Listen.
Forbidding.
Listen, let me read it. If I don't
Okay.
understand it correctly, then you can interfere.
Okay.
There are no people who keep dogs, a statement of fact, except for dogs used for herding livestock, hunting, or farming. But 2 kirat will be deduced from their rewards each day.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to say what you're saying it says. It doesn't say, do not keep dogs for
You want the hadith saying
stress relief.
I thought you want the one who says why dogs are for. You want the
That
one
just
that
says no. That just doesn't
forbids,
say
like,
that though. That says what? There are no people who keep a dog.
Look,
Except-
it's translated to English, but it's originally in Arabic. So in Arabic it says people should not keep dogs except for the reasons are written after that.
Then why are you giving me a bad translation?
Okay, it's a bad translation.
Then
I
give
know,
me a good
but
translation, please.
I don't have them in English. I have them in
Okay,
Arabic,
so-
and I can understand that it's not like in a good language in English. Okay, it's not like say the same way, but I wanted to like give you the part where
Well,
where
according
the animals,
to this,
where
it
it was
doesn't say what
mentioned
you say
about
it
the dogs
says.
were
So-
created for.
So there's, according to this, what you pay, like, you know, I can appreciate the fact that you says it's a bad translation, but that's what you're giving me. And what you're giving me doesn't say what you said it says. So I can't
Yeah.
trust this. So you
can't-
didn't
you
provide
want,
evidence.
You want like the the perfect translation, right?
You just gotta understand what's the problem is. You didn't provide evidence for your claim.
Okay, you want it in English, like without translation, a hadith written in English, right?
But I wouldn't understand it. I don't speak Arabic, unfortunately. I
No,
will
no,
one day,
I
I'm
wanted, like,
hoping.
without using Google Translation, but with other like English people translating them to
Surely.
with the same meaning.
Surely the hadith is translated to English in a way that
Yeah,
imams
but
like.
I didn't get. I just translated the one I got in Arabic.
Okay. Well,
Okay,
then
I
we
didn't
should
search for the
probably like.
English source.
So here it goes. We should probably move on to people who would agree with me that Allah, generally speaking, coming down and seeing that you have a choice to not harm his creatures, would agree that we shouldn't. Most Muslims that I met said that I'm correct on this. Or they answered yes, the better choice would be to not harm animals. Since you seem stuck, we're just not going to waste our time on you. Is that okay?
You have your choice. I don't have
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
problem with that.
Yeah. So
You are
just,
free to do what you want.
Yeah. So you're free to stick around and maybe like listen to the other conversations.
Yeah,
but
I can do that. I don't
Yeah.
have a problem with that. I don't have a
So
problem
we're just
with
going to
with your
continue
point of view.
talking. We're just going to continue talking to other people. How about that?
You can do that.
Yeah. We'll do that. Val, what's up? Oh, Val is muted. The deafened, I guess. Who else? Haims, help me out. How do you pronounce that?
Hamshaza.
Hamsheba. Are you Shasa? Hamshasa?
Yeah,
That's awesome.
close enough.
I'm learning so many things today. Some of them are incorrect though. So, are you vegan?
No, I'm not.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't care about animals that much.
Do you think if I like don't care about some humans, I can then like go and slit their throats? Do you think that would
Yeah,
be
you
like a good
can.
justification?
Yeah, you can.
I mean, I'm not talking about whether I can, like, as a matter of practice. I'm asking if I can, as a matter of morality, would that be moral to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So another person from whom we can move
Wait,
along
wait.
because
Push the goalpost. Push it more. Let's go.
you push it, Felix. Let's go. I want to learn from you.
Another question. Would you be? Do you have any? Do you don't have any moral issues with beating children?
I not prefer beating children.
Well, should people have the option to do it? Do you see anything wrong with it?
Like, you can do it, but it will be
Should you do it?
consequentials, you know?
It's not
No,
about
you
if.
shouldn't do it.
You shouldn't.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Okay.
In my
Oh, there you go. Post. Beating children is wrong.
Beating or eating?
Beating.
Beating children is wrong. Why?
like the second one, eating children is if it's necessarily, it can be done.
Yeah. So we're asking you, like, morally speaking, is it like a good thing to beat children?
No.
No.
I don't
Why
think
not?
so.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
It's a good question. I'm thinking it.
Like if I
That's
was
a good question. Sorry.
if I was like in front of a person who's about to shoot me, right? And I'm like,
Yeah.
no, stop, don't shoot me. And they were like, oh, why not? I probably should have an answer to that, right?
Yeah, because I don't know, children don't want to beat up.
Yeah. Do you think animals want to be killed?
I don't know, animals are not that evolved, I guess.
They're very evolved. What do you mean? Like dogs can smell like crazy. Like birds can fly. They evolved to their
Animals-
environment. They're not like evolved
Animals-
to human environments, right?
Animals
Like
tend to be
emotional.
smarter than children.
Yeah.
Like which animal? The crow?
Actually, dogs are way smarter than children. Pigs as well. Pigs are smarter than dogs.
So, but are they evolved enough emotionally, like
Of course.
They have
ethically?
emotions, yeah.
Like,
Well, they can fear.
Teaching.
They can fear. They can feel love. They can be excited. They can be perplexed, right? Oh, what the hell is going on here? They're
Constipated as well.
curious. Sorry,
Like,
what you say,
they-
Felix?
Constipated as well.
Well, that's not.
Just as a joke.
Yeah. So some feelings arise from being constipated, I guess, like despair. When am I gonna shit? Oh my god. So yeah, definitely. So there is a book that is called The Psychology of Cows, and there are like a bunch of studies, and the studies from the actual industry, where it definitely shows that cows have a pretty wide range of emotions, and they have preferences, and generally speaking, when given the choice, they prefer to not be exploited and killed.
Understandable. So, do you think the animal thinks killing is wrong or raping the other animals is wrong?
All right, I'm back.
Sorry, we now in a new conversation.
Yeah, I got it. I
yeah.
got it.
Sorry, can you repeat the questions? Sorry.
Okay, you can say just him.
Haim. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Do you think the animal thinks like raping or killing the other animals is wrong?
It depends on what animal. Some animals like really have like a not verbal, well, some verbal, but mostly like positional consent put in place. Like for instance, in case of cows, it actually like cows have to like present themselves to the bull, and like when they're sex can only happen when cows are in heat. So definitely, I think I would count that as consent. Other animals are like more lax about raping, I think. Like the carnivores are a little more rapey, and the dolphins, well, dolphins are generally carnivores. But I think like the herbivores have a lot of consent. I don't know if chickens have consent. I only saw chickens fuck when I was a child and when I was a carnist child. So I don't know if they like experience consent. Might not be. But I would say like, so I can't talk to a chicken and tell them, listen, you gotta, like to a rooster and say, you gotta respect the chickens and you can only fuck them if they allow you, right? I can't do that. I can talk to people and I can tell them, listen, you can only have sex with a woman if she allows you to, if she consents, right? So that's the reason that, that's the reason I'm talking to humans and I don't try to talk to like lions who kill animals for food. You understand?
Oh, I get it.
Yeah. So why do you think we like, if we have the choice, for instance, why do you think we shouldn't like spare the lives of animals? Why do you think we shouldn't care about them, generally speaking?
I don't know, actually. Like,
I have a thought about it because I think we're just kind of conditioned into it since childhood. I know I was, and it took a really long time and thought to start avoiding that, right?
what did you think?
Well, when I was a child, we had a chicken coop. That's why I used to watch chicken fuck, right? Not understanding that that's what they're doing, of course. And my parents told me that it's necessary to exploit them for eggs and to kill them for meat because we need meat to be healthy and strong, and we need eggs to be healthy and strong. Generally speaking, they just raised me in a way that looking back, I was really disregarding their consent. And animals can tell you when they're not consenting to something. For instance, every morning I would go and collect the eggs. I would have to scare the chickens away from the eggs to take the eggs. So I had to like steal them from the chickens. It like didn't cross my mind that we might want to like check out if they are like willing to give us the eggs, right? Or like just like not take the eggs from them.
Yeah, I guess you shouldn't care about that much.
Why not?
I know, it's just a chicken.
Well, what do you mean by just a chicken? It's a chicken. It's a sentient animal who can feel pain, experience life, has preferences. They're in the individual. There's an entire individual in there. There is an entire individual that is very close to their cognition to like a 1 or 2 year old child, human child. So I don't know why we would like try not to exploit and kill a 2-year-old child, but turn around and exploit and kill a chicken when they are like cognitively very similar.
Similar.
Because they are not 2 years old childs.
Sorry?
Because they are not 2 years old childs.
They're
So-
mentally similar.
Yeah, mentally similar.
So
But
why
not-
do you care about children but don't care about chickens? I'm asking, what is the morally relevant difference between a 2-year-old child and a chicken, such as that children should be protected and chickens should be killed or exploited?
One of them is the same species as me.
Why is species relevant in a moral conversation? Like I could say, I only
literally,
care. Hold on, I could say that I only care about race, so I only care about Ashkenazi Jews, and the rest can be killed. I don't mind, and I'm gonna do it myself, right? That would be kind of like an arbitrary, weird way to look at it, right? Because I think I should say, well, the other white folks also are like kind of experience stuff like me. They feel like me. Oh, the black people also experience life just like me, and they kind of feel like me. You know, there are like differences, cultural differences, religious differences, and stuff like that. But generally speaking, all humans kind of are able to experience life kind of in the same way because they have like similar or the same cognition. So when I'm telling you, well, a chicken has the same cognition as a 2-year-old child, I don't understand like this species conversation.
Like, it's still a different thing. The other you said is under the human, and the other not.
So what is it about a human that I should value, but I don't value a chicken?
Because, I don't know, chicken always be 2 years old child, and the human gonna evolve more.
Well, some humans don't evolve. Some humans stay incredibly mentally challenged. And also, like, if I kill the child when they're 2 years old, they're not going to evolve into anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why this is still not a symmetry breaker between a chicken and a 2-year-old child? This is still not morally relevant why I should protect a child but kill the chicken.
Okay. One of them is tasty and still a chicken.
Well,
other is
the
human
2-year-old child is also very tasty. They're also made out of meat and have like a lot of toddler fat on them. So they're definitely going to be tasty.
How do you know?
Well, because we interviewed, well, not we, me, but like as human race, we interviewed cannibals and they said that human flesh tastes like sweet pork. So really delicious. Sorry, can you mute yourself, the new guy? I'm gonna mute you, I'm sorry. There's just a lot of noise. Yeah, so please answer. So this is again not a symmetry breaker between a 2-year-old child and a chicken. Both are tasty.
Hold on.
Yeah, one of them haram.
Sorry?
One of them haram.
One of them is haram. Okay. So the difference is religion.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. Well,
Please clear my.
it's a good joke because this place, a lot of Muslim people come in to this channel. So it's interesting. It's a good joke. But now, seriously, take it seriously. And if you don't have an answer, it's okay. But then you're going to have to start valuing a chicken as you value a 2-year-old child.
Like, I'm thinking the first problem is about the parents. Like, chicken family, I don't know, are they care about?
Yes. Oh my God, this one time we actually allowed the chicken to sit on her eggs, and she like about I think 5 chicks popped out. And I, as a child, really wanted to play with the chicks. They're like amazing animals, really fluffy, really cute. And if you put your hand on them when they're like tiny, 2 or 3 day old, they just fall asleep on the palm of your hand or on your stomach. But the chicken, like the mother, she really didn't want me to touch her babies. She like attacked me until my mom came out and just took one of the chicks away from the chicken because my mom was stronger. So she used might makes right, but chickens are like amazing parents, really, really good parents. They will go out of the way to defend their children.
Okay. You know what's the problem between chicken emotion and human emotions?
Oh, I
Like
can't
the
wait.
chickens emotions are not influence my life enough.
Yeah,
This is the reason I
Same
can't.
thing can be applied for
Yeah.
race.
yeah. Like same thing you can be applied for like doesn't matter like your mother can have emotions that don't influence your life at all. Does it mean that it's okay to kill your mother?
Some people did.
Is it morally good?
No.
Then it's still
What?
not a symmetry breaker
The-
between a chicken and a human.
The reason I'm thinking like that because my mother influenced my life enough.
Well, she can hold her feelings to herself, and like some mothers, I would say, best mothers, best parents, when they have emotions, they don't take them out on their children. So you can, like, your mom can have emotions that don't impact your life in any meaningful way at all. Or you can have like a person that you don't interact with and that don't impact your life in any meaningful way at all. Is it okay to kill that person?
That's their problem. It's not okay, but
Yeah, morally it's not okay, right? So it's still not a symmetry breaker between a chicken and a human.
it's not okay for me.
Well,
But
I'm
it can be
asking
okay for
why.
them.
Why? What is the reasoning behind it? Because it just sounds like you guessing.
Like if someone killed their mother, probably it's okay for them. But I didn't,
Wait.
so it's not okay for me.
So what I'm hearing from you is that you just don't want to consider the victims of your or other people's actions. You just look at what benefits you, right? So like kind of like an egoistic view of life.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
guess.
then you would have to accept that it's morally okay for me to come and slit your throat.
Yeah, you can try.
Yeah. Well, I can succeed, right? If I'm strong
You,
enough.
you are free to do. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
You're
They
free to
will-
do it,
Yeah.
brother.
So this is like a suicidal position. When you don't
Like-
consider the victims of your actions, then other people can say, well, why would I consider the best interest of of the victims of my actions? And you can become a victim like really, really fast. And this society collapses because everybody does what they want.
Like it will be consequences, you know, like law, etc.
I mean, I don't know if we can progress from this. You basically turned to a suicidal position. You basically said, yeah, it's okay to kill me.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you really want, you can do it.
Yeah.
And I guess,
Should you do
like,
it?
Yeah.
No, it's not if you could. Should you do it?
no, you shouldn't do it for yourself, you know,
Why not?
because you see some consequences. You know?
Yeah. What's the consequences?
If I get more benefit out of
Okay.
killing you, let's say literally Poist pays me $1 million to kill you, should I kill you?
It's a good offer. It's up to you. I don't know.
Wait, should I?
Do you
Right.
understand
Do
the
you need-
question? Do you understand the question between can and should?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So the question is should you, not can you.
Yeah, I get it. But it's a $1 million, so
Yeah.
you really need that.
Yeah, so it's
Should I
moral for me
really-
to like pay Felek to kill you. That's amazing. I would say that's moral bankruptcy and a suicidal position. That means like kind of sounds you don't value your life anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like this is the society you want to live in, where somebody can like come and kill you and it's morally okay.
Yeah.
No, it's not
Yeah.
okay. It's not okay.
Who said not okay?
Me.
Toxic boy. What's up? Why is
It's
it not
raining. It's because
okay?
if we all, just kill each other, then what's the point of living? Then how,
I mean, the
Uh,
point of living could be just to kill other people, like Fortnite. Last person standing.
no.
Battle
I mean,
Royale.
listen, when we have conversation about morality, you kind of have to be more specific than, oh, what's the point of living? Because people like psychopaths or like the person like Haim can find the worth of living even if people kill each other, and that's totally moral. So you have to be like specific. What is it about killing another human that makes it morally not okay? And you have to be specific, right?
Yeah, so the rule number one is we will not kill our own kind. That is the rule number one.
Where do
Yeah,
you take that from? Where do you get that?
That
Mm-hmm.
Where do
is
you get
because
your rules?
you are eating food. Everything you are doing, what we are doing in life, we are basically trying to survive and replicate.
Well, I don't know this rule. That rule number one. Where is that rule
Why
book?
do you
Rule number
eat,
one: don't
ma'am?
kill each other.
Why did you eat food today? Why did you eat? You could have, gone
No,
hungry,
sorry.
right? And
Can you provide evidence for your claim? Where did you get that rule? Rule number one: don't kill each other. Where is that from?
that is the philosophy of life.
That's philosophy of life. That's very undefined. If you say something like a rule is something that is written down. Or it could be like a personal rule, but then why would I care about, or why would Haim specifically? I care for very specific reasons. But why would Haim care about it and not come and kill you?
Okay, so if you can go ahead and choose to live in a jungle, that's fine with me. But if you are a part of society, the modern society,
Yeah.
then the rule number one applies.
Well, maybe, but I would say, why wouldn't it apply to animals?
Why we should not apply it to animals?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they are not our kind.
Well, why does that
if
matter?
required-
What's the difference between
no.
our kind and not our kind? What is the morally relevant difference that it's okay to not kill our kind?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the
because
difference?
The difference is they are not us. Your dog, your cat,
So?
they are not human.
Well, I
Yeah,
can
they
say,
are not-
listen, I can say that Toxic Boy is not part of my culture, not part of my society. Toxic Boy is not like me. Well, I can definitely
You-
make the
you
claim
and-
there
you
are
and-
differences between us.
you
Should I
and
kill
me-
you?
Okay, you and me are both, however, difference of height, color, skin color, hair color.
I
We
don't
are
know.
still belongs to Homo sapiens, right? You and me both
Not
are
me.
same.
I
Homo
am,
sapien.
Yeah, go
wait,
on.
hold
Nathan.
on, post, but I am Neanderthal right now.
Yeah.
Who? You?
Yeah. Is it okay for me to kill Felix because he's Neanderthal?
Yeah,
He's a
you
different
go
DNA.
ahead and kill him. Kill him.
Really?
He's not-
Really? Oh my God, there's like a bunch of psychopaths today in this day.
But
Just like
I will say
bloodthirsty.
there is more to gain if we,
Yeah.
try to become friends. So there is more to gain.
Wait,
Well-
but are you doing it for a selfish reason, or are you doing it for the benefit, of me just being respected?
If there is a contract signed between me and some other species that we both not harm each other, then it is fine, because the main thing is trust. We don't trust lions.
How would you trust? How would you trust me? Because I'm not a Homo sapien. How would you trust me? Would you just kill me straight away because you don't trust me?
Yeah, I trust you because that's how society tells me, right? That there is a police. There is no guarantee in life, but there is some rules to help you. Like if I am in extreme danger, like you have decided that you will kill me, then you're going to pay the price, bro. They will find you
If
and
I-
they will have.
Well, let's say this, outside of society, if it's just me and you in the forest, literally, caveman style, we have a leaf on our genitalia, right?
Yeah.
Like, if I'm not doing anything, should you just, like, harm me? Should you, like, punch me?
Only if my survival matters.
Okay, there you go, Post.
Oh, sorry, I
Maybe you
wasn't. I was tuning out. You can go on.
Yeah, so if we're both in the forest, they would harm me if it meant, if it's for survival necessity, right?
Okay. Do you eat animals for survival and necessity?
Of course. They are my
Really?
food.
What is it?
Yeah, they are
Yeah,
my-
it's food. It's food. Hold on. Yeah, it's food, but also plant food is also food. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why wouldn't you choose the food that comes from non-sentient beings? Like there is no harm taking plants and
No,
eating them,
I eat
but there
both.
is harm
I-
too. Hold on.
I make 50% animal, 50% plant.
Yeah.
I kill both.
So yeah. You kill both, but one of them is like an individual and the other one isn't, right?
Says who?
Says science. Science says that most animals that we breed for food are sentient. That means that there is an individual in there. They can feel pain, they can be fearful, they can be joyous, they kind of they have preferences, they make decisions in life. So it's an individual that is closer to us as Homo sapiens than a plant that can't do all of those things. They can't, they don't have a mind. There is no individual there. They can't make decisions.
I mean, this is so weird, actually.
Why is it weird? Is it
Because-
weird? Is it weird?
because-
Yeah.
Because like you're white and you are actually lecturing me on being vegan.
Sorry?
What?
What the actual fuck?
Yeah.
Wait, but hold on. What if I was saying, but you're black and you're telling me to respect people? Like, what has that got to do with anything?
Why wouldn't I tell you? Do you think you're like a more superior or inferior to me? Do you think we're not the same? Why wouldn't I tell you to go vegan?
I think when it comes to food chain,
Yeah.
Indian people are mostly vegan, right? Other people, they have a broad.
Not really.
Like Korean, they eat everything. The Chinese, they.
Toxic.
So
If
I
you
would
look
actually
to-
make sorry, Felix. I would actually make the opposite claim. I think white people are less robust with what they can eat because they can't eat dairy for the most part. Oh,
Post,
actually,
just real
it's
quick,
just
in
Ashkenazi
terms of-
Jews. I'm sorry. I'm an Ashkenazi Jew. I'm not white. So, yeah, go on, Felix.
Post, isn't there studies to demonstrate that people who are more likely to go vegan are black individuals?
Yep.
There you go.
Sorry, what? Sorry, I did not.
There is a study to show that the likelihood of people going vegan, in terms of the race, would be black individuals, is the highest.
And in my personal experience, people from India and Pakistan are much easier to understand what I'm talking about than like white people from America. So, and they are much more easy to go vegan because they have more vegan options than some people in America, even. Are you from India or Pakistan?
I'm from India.
Yeah.
But I'm not vegan. I'm not vegan.
Yeah. But you realize, right, that India has a lot of vegan food, making you much more privileged than and much more, hold on, much more privileged than I and much more capable to have a vegan lifestyle than I am, because I don't have that many options around me. I have to
think
work
the
on
more
it.
the more economic, the more industry, the more you have industry, your country, your economy, like the more advanced it is, the easier it is to get meat. Because can I tell you one story? Like I heard, like
No. We're not going to veer into stories. I'm sorry. I apologize. But India is much more vegan friendly than my very progressed country. How would you explain that?
I think
technologically progressed.
there are some religion which is forbidding even to eat onions. Forget about meat. There are, I think,
Yeah.
Jan is one
But you're not
religion.
answering my question. How would
Yeah.
you, how on earth would you call me privileged when your country, despite not being technologically and economically as advanced as mine, is more vegan friendly? That means that you have the privilege to go vegan more than me, and yet I'm vegan for 10 years.
You're not getting my point. I'm trying to say, like, it is difficult to get meat if you're not advanced. Like Africa, I think it is very difficult to get meat because
Exactly.
you have to hunt practically in Africa. I think
Or you
they
can just
hunt,
eat plants.
yeah, and then
Or you can just eat plants. Meat is a privilege. It's a good point that you gave. Meat is a privilege. Dairy is a privilege. It just happens also to be a thing that exploits and kills animals en masse, animals who are individuals. When you have the choice, especially you, a person in India, to be vegan.
Did you say?
yeah, but I think
Sorry.
it's a complicated subject.
Of course it is. But until you actually think of animals and consider their best interest, everything is going to be complicated. So you have to kind of go, well, do animals have moral worth? What would you say? I'd say yes, because they are very similar to us in this specific thing, that there is an individual in there that are capable of thoughts and feelings, right?
The main issue is like this: your philosophy has a conflict with my freedom of choice. Like,
Well,
what
what
if I
about the
want
freedom
to?
of choice of animals whom you exploit and kill when you don't have to? Right?
But
Society,
animals also eat other animals. What are they not guilty then? Shouldn't we prosecute them?
we should, I'm not advocating for prosecuting anybody. I'm just asking you to stop exploiting and killing animals. I would ask a lion to stop exploiting and killing animals as well, or just killing. Exploitation is a human trait. But I can't talk with a lion. I can't reason with them. I can reason with you. We speak English. Both of us, right? So that's why I'm first, right? And just for clarity, I think when a lion wants to kill another human or a gazelle or something or like a deer or something, I think the victim suffers, and then therefore if we can stop it, we should. But it's easier to talk to a human than it is to a lion, and that's why I'm here. I'm talking to you.
What if we get into health issues? I heard plant also it can cause allergy and inflammation.
Well, don't eat
Right.
the plants that you, first of all, please check your sources. I don't know which plants you think cause inflammation, but I usually advocate, we checked this before, in the past, because I talked to a lot of people from India. What you can do is get a multi-supplement, and then this is not an issue at all. So you get a multi-supplement, you eat a lot of beans and chickpeas and tofu and coconut cream and coconut milk and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
won't get into issues because you're taking a multi-supp, right?
But what if I really like fish? Why I should not eat fish?
Because
what is the
fish
problem?
are individuals. They have experiences and preferences, and generally speaking, they prefer to continue living. Even though you like to kill them and eat them, they prefer not to, right? If I
No,
told you, right? Hold on.
It is their life cycle. They can be eaten. If I am not eating, they can be eaten by some birds.
Well,
some big
if we
bird.
can solve that at the end, we should. But let's start with your consumption, right? Let's start with you not creating victims in this world. And then if we can fix the nature for other animals, we can do that. But right now, let's start with you, right? So if I had a gun to your head and you were like, oh my God, what are you doing? Don't kill me. And I'm like, why? I think you should say the following. I'm an individual. I prefer to live. I think if fish could talk, they would say that as well.
Do you have a kid? Do you have a
No.
Son or a daughter?
No.
So what if tomorrow he says that he wants to eat fish?
Well, I don't have them, so I don't know how he would ask. I would have to first birth him.
How can you be cruel? You will not. I'm quite sure you will not be cruel to your daughter and your son.
It's not cruelty to feed your children plants if you also give them a multi-supplement. It's not cruelty.
These are not healthy. These are not healthy.
They are. What are you basing this on? What are you basing this on? Please present evidence that multi-supplements are not healthy. Sorry, Shelby, can you mute?
I can mute them in a second. Thomas, Shelby, can you mute, please?
Yes,
Because you're hot micing.
I'm 18 years old. I'm beginner.
Wait,
We're in the middle of conversation. It's kind of bothering us.
Brain supplement because this argument is like going somewhere. So I have to let me come back with. I'll take some brain supplement.
Toxic, 1 second. Thomas, can you mute your mic? Oh, thank you. That's all. Okay, sorry. It just, yeah.
Sorry, can you say it again, Toxic Boy?
Yeah, I mean, I have a problem because someone's philosophy is conflicting with the freedom of choice, right?
Yeah.
What if I like that, and
Yeah.
if there is some medical condition which
Yeah.
I heard like people who are who have epilepsy.
Wait,
Okay.
hold on. Let's just hold on. Let's just one thing at a time, because you're gonna say like 1,000 things now if I let you continue to talk. One thing at a time. You said that me asking you to stop exploiting and killing animals impedes on your freedom of choice, right?
Exploiting animal, it is their life cycle, right?
I'm asking what you said.
Die at some
Did you-
point of time.
Yeah, you also gonna die. Can I kill you?
Part
It
of
could be
women's
part
life-
of my
No,
life cycle.
What did I say? You cannot kill other human being. What
Why
did I
not?
say?
It could be part of my life cycle.
Toxic. I could say woman's part of the cycle is to breed my kids and nothing else. Is that a good thing to say?
Breed.
Yeah, is the only thing that women should be used for is creating children, nothing else. Is that a good thing to say?
That's how it was in old days. Then you know. Then
Was it
we-
good? Because I think it wasn't good. That's why we changed it, right?
No, we changed it because the economy. We understood that if we introduce women into workforce, then we can double our economy. So I think that it is a capitalistic
But-
choice.
Okay, but is it a good thing or not, morally speaking?
Yeah,
That's-
see, everything is perspective. It must be
Okay,
good from
so
some
take-
perspective, right?
So take a perspective of a woman
Hmm?
and ask yourself, is it good for the woman that she can talk now? She can talk in public. Is it good for the woman?
Not for my philosophy. Sorry. Bro.
So here's the thing, Toxic Boy, I'm gonna give you an advice, right? And then we're gonna move on to somebody else. My advice is such. When you think what is good and what is bad, you can't just consider your own preferences. You must consider the repercussions of those preferences, right? If you prefer sex it's not okay to go and kill a woman. I hope you agree with me. I'm not gonna stop talking to allow you to answer this because I don't want to hear it. But if you agree with me, do the same with animals. Are my preferences creating a victim? If they are, like a fish, a cow, a buffalo, a chicken, those are all victims of your preferences. Then maybe you should reconsider not creating victims anymore and go vegan.
No, I don't agree with you. Even though I'm Indian, I don't agree with you.
Based on what? What's wrong?
It's like I like fish. So
Oh my
I
fucking
will
God.
continue.
Did you listen to me? Please repeat to me what I said.
It is not proven whether that
Please repeat
animal.
to me what I said. I was talking for about a minute and a half. Please repeat to me, if you want succinctly, what I told you.
You said that we should not have personal preference.
No! Were you
Yeah.
listening? I said when you have a personal preference, which is totally okay to have, you should then consider the repercussions of those preferences on other individuals. So rape is wrong, right?
No, we are not talking about rape, right? We're talking about
Rape
eating
is
fish.
wrong. I am talking about rape right now. I have a preference to talk about rape, and you're not going to impede my preferences. Rape is
There
wrong,
are-
right?
No, why are we? There are
Is
laws
rape
to
okay?
have.
Is
It's
rape
relevant-
okay?
It's relevant to the question because we're all talking about victims. If you're saying some victims
He's gone.
are okay to abuse, yeah,
That's a
we have to
shame.
remember that we're talking about victims, and I can literally say, "Oh, I don't see women as victims, therefore rape is okay." But that's a really bad way of looking at these issues. If
Yep.
you're the oppressor, it's really easy to see other individuals as not really as victims, which is yikes.
Yeah. Like, I would say rape is not okay. It's not okay because I might have that preference or the other. It's not okay because it goes against the consent of another person, and therefore it becomes morally not okay. But some people don't like some words that we use, despite them being incredibly applicable. What does toxic boy think happens to dairy cows? It's rape. Anybody else wants to come up and defend rape? Damn. Everybody agrees with me?
I think there's one thing like everyone can agree with.
Alright, I'm back. I'm back.
Everyone can agree with you, Post, but what about the
Hello?
people who
Hello?
say it's wrong but they do it?
Yes, Hans Rott. What's up?
You can call me Hans and
Hans, okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. This Ashkenazi Jew can't
introduce
pronounce
myself
shit.
first of all. Just quick.
What?
Alright. I am 17, so and I don't speak English very well, so can you ask me questions like so simple way?
Sure. Is rape okay?
Yeah, alright. Okay.
Is rape okay?
Really?
Yeah.
I think you can ask him an easier question. What do you think of
Alright.
veganism?
Hold on.
Is rape okay? It's not an easy question, Felix. What the fuck?
Sorry, it's just like easier for the language barrier.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a
I
better way to-
told you I don't speak English very well, so it's not, but animals, it's not that bad, cause
What?
we have to eat. We can eat
Plants?
vegetables,
Yeah.
yeah, we can eat, but
Yeah.
also we can eat meat too.
Well, one of those things creates a victim and the other doesn't.
Oh wait,
Do you know what a victim is?
oh I got it.
Yeah. So plant foods don't create victims because plants are not sentient. Animal foods do create victims because animals are individuals.
Wait a minute. Let me translate some words.
Sure. Let me know if you want me to write down in the chat whatever you don't understand. Shit.
Right.
How do you define like individual? I mean, why do you say that animals are individual?
Yeah, sure. Well, animals are sentient. That means that they have a brain and a nervous system that communicates with that brain. This physiological feedback creates a perfect situation where somebody can experience life around them through their ocular nerves, their eyes, through hearing, listening to. And when a brain is like interpreting all this stuff and it does it for long enough, then that creature becomes an individual. They can experience life around them. They can be scared. They can feel love. They can be curious. They can be like, I don't know, like fearful, all these things. And they have preferences. So once there is like sentience, meaning brain and a nervous system, generally speaking, that species wants to continue living, and that makes them an individual. All of these things, not just wanting to live, right? So once somebody is an individual, like people are, it becomes morally not okay to take their life away from them. Hope that's clear.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I translate some words, and you said one is. Can you say again? I need to translate. I forgot the words, some words. So can you say it again?
Sure. Animals are individuals because they are sentient. I'm also writing it down in the chat. They are
All right.
sentient.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. So, if they are individuals, it's not okay to kill them.
I think they are not wild.
They're not individuals?
Yeah, I think that's
why
crazy.
why do you think that?
Who cares these animals like chickens or cows?
I do.
But also
Alright,
that doesn't mean that they are not an individual, because you're saying I don't care about yourself. You're saying I don't care, but you don't see if a chicken is an individual based on what you say. They are an individual or are not an individual, not because you think it, but because they are or are not.
Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm. Probably should make a video about like how to morally consider the other person. Well, I did. I made a video about empathy, but I don't know, like only 100 people watched it, so. But maybe I should like really spell it out.
Everyone has a different opinion.
About?
And food chain,
Sure.
I think. Am I correct? Am I right?
So food chain is not for humans. it is for animals in ecosystems. Humans don't have a food chain. We have a supply chain, and that is not natural, and we can change it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't apply to us. It's not our problem.
We can eat all of them.
Why would you want to eat my friends, bro? What the heck?
I mean, like, we can eat
Well, you
meats and
can, but the question is,
Yeah.
should you?
I should, cause that's like, well, it's kinda hard using translates.
Wait, Hansi, what language do you speak?
It's kinda hard using translates, so
What
minutes.
language? What language do you speak?
Oh, it's Asian Mongolian.
Oh,
Oh, no idea.
sorry. We were trying to help, but we don't speak Mongolian.
I know that.
No.
Oh, wow.
Okay, we can
Yeah.
move on to somebody else for now. I apologize, Hans. We could,
Maybe Raum.
yeah.
Raum's typing something in the channel.
Mm. Oh, did we accidentally mute somebody? Oh, Raum. But by
No,
the
we're
way,
just typing.
you the one who gave me the Quran article, right? About how animals were created for us. Well, I looked at the surah itself. I looked at the context, and the context is that what's his name? It's just
Muhammad.
basically Annal saying what animals were created for. It's not God saying. It's Annal being quoted saying, "Well, God created this shit for us, all of this stuff. He did this. He like pours the rain and stuff." So I wouldn't take it. It just sounds like a preacher talk. It just doesn't sound like Allah actually like created stuff. I want to go to the creation myth, and I'm gonna do it when I get a chance, because I think the creation myth is gonna say the same thing as the Bible, that animals were not created for us. Not that I generally care about that stuff, but I want to talk to people who do, so I want to be accurate. But I appreciate your input, Raum.
Hi, sorry, if you don't mind, can I ask you a question? Just a curiosity.
Absolutely.
Like, are you born, like, are you always a vegan
No, I've been vegan for 10
or a
years.
vegetarian?
I've been vegan for 10
For
years.
10 years. So,
Yeah, you asked a question. Let me answer. I've been vegan
oh
for
yeah,
10...
no. So, oh yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I've been vegan for 10 years, since I was 35. Before that, I was a meat eater.
Okay, so you was a meat eater like previous.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's just my question.
Yeah.
And what makes you become a vegan?
Sure. So, would you like a specific story, or like why veganism?
Well, just in general, like
Yeah.
like the moment that you turn or you realize that like, oh, I
Yeah,
shouldn't
sure.
be eating meat. Like, well, I am a meat eater.
Yeah. So first of all,
Like,
it
'cause they're
wasn't.
tasty.
Yeah. So my story is like this. I used to work in a restaurant where it was very heavy with animal products. It was basically animal based, right? With just a little
Okay.
bit of bread on the side.
Mhm.
And because it's like a meat heavy restaurant, there were also a lot of stray cats that would like frequent from the courtyard of the restaurant. And if we had like somebody didn't finish their meal or something, we would put it in a box and put it outside. So a lot of cats would come and like eat food, street cats. And one of the cats was like very heavily injured. He almost had like his back leg torn off. So he was like picking up his like pelvis to carry the injured leg around, and it was like really miserable to see, and it was really hard for me. So I was standing eating my dinner, my favorite dinner at the time, like pork dumplings. And another waitress came in and she said, "Oh my God, did you see that cat outside? How injured he is?" And I'm like, no, stop talking to me about this like poor cat, but like I'm eating right now. It's gonna put me off my dinner. But she continued talking to me about it. And I was like, oh my fucking God, I'm crying about a cat getting accidentally hurt. And yet I'm eating something that I paid for, well, the restaurant, but I pay for in my general life to like purposefully do to an animal who is very similar to a cat. So I swallowed the meat that I had in my mouth. I pushed the plate away. I never finished that plate and I became vegan. But I kind of knew that I have to go vegan like for 2 years beforehand. I just wasn't connected. I just wasn't thinking about it logically. I was thinking of myself and not the animals. But once I actually thought about the victim, thought about the animal, I moved my plate away and the rest is history.
Interesting. Okay, well, sorry, that's all I wanted to know. Because I was wondering if you were vegan like since you were born, because that would be a different story, right?
Of course.
Because I felt like some people have never tried meat and you probably don't know what it tastes.
Oh, in that case, it wouldn't be different.
Yeah,
in that case, it wouldn't be different at all because they just wouldn't consider it food. It doesn't matter if it tastes good or nothing like that. What matters is the victims that like create that meat, right? So can we ask you a few questions?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. Felix, can you start off? I need a bit of a break. Oh, Felix is not with us. So I guess I'll start. No, okay. So why do you specifically think it's okay to exploit and kill animals for something that you don't have to do?
I wouldn't say it's okay. I just never really think of it. I just eat food, right? Like I don't necessarily, I'm not the executioner. I just go to grocery store and then just pick up meat, pick up food.
Yeah, would you say like the fact that you paying the grocery store that therefore pays the slaughterhouses and the farms makes you responsible for the victims?
Partially, yes. Well, I would say yes, actually.
Yeah,
not
fully,
partially,
right?
it is.
Yeah, like if
Of
I
course,
paid like
if nobody's buying it, yeah.
No, but like if I paid like a Felix to come and kill you, I would be responsible as well, right?
Yes, yeah, no, that's why I would say it's yes.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
I
So
agree.
yeah, and I agree with you that generally speaking in society we don't actually think about it really because like you see like this
Because we
person
don't
in the
see, we don't
chat.
see it, right? Like we don't see the slaughterhouse. Like we don't see how they get slaughtered.
Yeah, exactly. What we see actually, yeah, exactly. It's we don't see the slaughter, we don't see the exploitation. All we have in our minds is like this like idyllic picture of like a happy cow, which almost never exists anyway, and then a steak. So there is like a huge chunk of information that we don't have in our society, right?
Maybe not the slaughter part, but there is happy cow. There's cows that live probably better than you and me. It's called Wagyu.
Yeah.
It's the Japanese beef
Yeah, I know.
who get massage every day, listen to music.
Yeah.
Probably
Can I
live a
tell you
better life
something
than
about
us.
Wagyu? Can I tell you something about Wagyu through like another question? If I wanted like to massage you, but you didn't want to, would it be morally okay for me to massage you anyways?
You wouldn't want me to, well,
No.
in that
I'm
case,
asking if I wanted to give you a massage, but you kind
If
of
you
like
want
don't
to,
touch me. Who the fuck are you post-mortem? Would it be still morally okay for me to massage you despite you not wanting to?
Technically, no. But
Yeah, it would be like it would be against your
but if
consent,
the
right?
cow can tell you that they don't want the massage, like how does the cow to tell you they don't want the massage?
Yeah, so
They
that
kick your ass.
yeah, that doesn't matter actually
Oh,
because
okay, yeah.
I'll tell you why. because like nobody asks them, and that's the point. Like if a child who can't, like a toddler who can't communicate, right, or who can't communicate with telling me what they want and don't want, is it okay for me to do all kinds of stuff to that child, to that toddler?
Well, I agree. That's true.
So if somebody like a child can't consent, we generally then say, well, then we probably shouldn't do it, right?
No, but
Right.
cows can show discomfort, though.
Yeah, exactly.
They can.
Yeah,
They
they can, but
can.
I'm just like assuming because I'm sorry, what's your name? Bibu. Because Bibu doesn't generally see cow, all he did like saw like a small reel or like a short video on YouTube, right? So he doesn't know what happens. He doesn't know that some cows would say, I don't want to be touched, fuck off, right? So that's why they tied up, right? They tied up in place, the cows.
The thing is, so hold on. I went to a farm for 6 years. I have some experience with some animals in terms how they react to some things, like chickens, for example. When they are not in comfort, you can definitely tell when they're stressed, when they don't want something, and almost all of the times, when something happens like that and they get very discomfort, we just leave them alone. I don't think that those cows, for example, that when they get massaged or they have music and they don't like it, that they're forced to have it. If that is so, it's not a good life.
Yeah.
But
So
I'm just saying
can I
that
ask you what farm it is? Is it like dairy farm, beef farm? What farm?
No, this is not a farm that we slaughter animals in. This is just a farm where they live, continue, and they don't get slaughtered. They just live their full
So
lives.
can you tell me which product you produce?
No, I don't work there anymore.
Yeah.
But
When you worked
only
there, which
eggs-
product? Eggs.
Eggs like that. And they don't take all of them away. No, they also leave eggs in for, new chickens to be born. But what mostly
What happens
mostly
to the
eggs,
boys?
milk,
What happens to the boys, the boy chickens that are born?
they don't get slaughtered. They just live continuously in a different part of the farm.
Oh, so they get separated from their mothers, right? Oh, well,
Not
maybe
all the
not,
time.
right? Maybe not. Maybe they grow up with
It's
their
a
mothers and then
mix.
separated, right?
They're
So
not
why do you
separated
separate
to the
them?
fullest.
Why do you separate them?
Or else very heavy fights will burn out and they will get killed.
Sorry again?
Or else the chickens and the roosters, they will fight.
Yeah.
They'll get killed. The one thing
And why
that
is it
does
not okay
happen-
for chickens to get killed on this farm?
Because when they
Because
They-
you want
they
to continue
born-
exploiting them, right?
No, they born and they get sold. The chickens themselves, they get sold
Yeah,
to people
sold to where?
as pets.
As pets. They're chicken pets. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Netherlands.
Oh, Netherlands. So there are like a bunch of people with chicken pets in Netherlands. That's very interesting.
Not necessarily, but there is a possibility. Yeah, it's a weird thing, but it is not. It's not a
Yeah.
joke.
Like, would you say if I had like a bunch of babies, can I sell them?
No. Oh my
Yeah.
God, you're making
So
it
what's
weird
the
as
morally
fuck.
relevant difference there? Because it sounds like slavery, frankly.
How is it slavery if they're not
Well,
getting
because
killed?
you
and
because
they're
you
not-
sell sentient beings. Because you trade in sentient beings.
Especially it
because
sounds
if
like the
they
baby.
if they stay where they are, it's not going to be as good as alive if they get sold to the person
Exactly.
that
So
can
you're
actually take care of them.
exploiting them,
Wait,
right?
wait, this is an argument for homeless people selling their children.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. When you come into a place that says, well, we are the best farms and we don't kill animals and blah, 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 you still find out a bunch of fucked up shit happening there, like exploitation and slavery. Well, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So my claim is, and I think I'm right, so because animals are individuals, right? And because in that way they are similar to us, right? Because we are also individuals, sentient individuals. There are differences. I'm not going to say we are not different from the farmed animals. We are. But there is this similarity that makes it not okay to exploit and enslave humans and kill humans for food. So I don't see the morally relevant difference between a 2-year-old toddler and the chicken, such that it's okay to sell a chicken and exploit a chicken for their reproductive system, but it's not okay to do it to a toddler.
Vegans just don't want to exploit individuals, which makes sense. But it's the people who are non-vegan who want to exploit female vaginas for some kind of benefit. Oh yeah. Damn.
Yeah. Anybody else?
I'm gonna make a off-topic comment. For breakfast, I had a pesto. It's pretty good.
Oh, sounds good. I had a stew that I had like chickpea, potato stew. Delicious. But I undercooked it. Not undercooked it, but undersalted it. So I had to add some salt.
It's worse when you oversalt stuff. Undersalting is not too bad.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's so quiet. I hate it when I make so much sense that everybody else stays quiet. Oh, funny. Sorry, Bibu, did you want to continue talking?
Let's see. Let's see.
Isn't it hard from being a meat eater from vegan? What did you do exactly? How did you exactly turn to the vegan eater only?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I apologize.
You said a while ago that you actually eat meat back then when you are 35 years old from a restaurant.
Yeah.
And you saw that cat being hurt, then suddenly you became a vegan. It's hard. So what can you suggest? Like, how did you turn from meat eater then suddenly a vegan?
Yeah. So it was
How
hard
was that?
it was hard for about 2 weeks because I was too stupid. Frankly, right? It was my own stupidity, but also there were like much less resources. For about 2 weeks, I didn't even know if I can eat bread because I didn't know how to check if food is vegan. So I only went for very like obvious specific food. So I basically like ate tomato cucumber salad and like pasta for 2 weeks. But then I found resources. I went online. And right now, if you like want like a recipe, like veganize a recipe, you just type, I don't know, like beef stew, vegan beef stew, and it will give you like an alternatives, a bunch of alternatives to what you can add into your stew instead of beef, right? And then, but yeah, generally speaking, I think like whatever is packaged. So at first you kind of have to read the ingredients on the packaged food. And then once you read once, like an ingredient on a pasta and you know that there is no eggs or other animal products in it, that's it, that's vegan, you know about it now. So like the obviously vegan stuff is like fruit, veg, chickpeas, lentils, other beans, tofu, those are obvious stuff. So I would start with that. And like bread also, like if it's packaged, then it would say like what ingredients are vegan or not. At first it's gonna be like, you know, you're gonna have to like find out what things like maltodextrin is or something like that, right? So once in a while you're gonna have to like Google an ingredient. But generally speaking, if you like buy like in most cases whole wheat bread, I think it's probably vegan. You can also, like, if it's not packaged, you can ask a vendor, like specifically ask them. Don't ask them, is it vegan? Because a lot of people don't know what that means. Ask them, well, is there any animal products in it? Things like dairy or eggs, or for some reason beef stock in a meat, in a bread. But once you ask them and say, no, it's just plants, then that's vegan. I can give you also, I'm sorry, Lero, I can give you like some resources. There is like Challenge 22. Do you know about it?
Actually no, but I also have a question. Like I want to say one thing, and I think it's a factor of why people do eat meat, because as in the comment section said, like they are more pricey than the usual meat. So what can you suggest, like, for those who can't afford those kind of meal, what can you suggest?
Yeah, go for the simpler stuff. So rice and beans and chickpeas and falafel and hummus and all of those things are pretty cheap generally, right? Like fruit, vegetables, that's pretty cheap, right? You don't have to go for, like, if you can afford it, yeah, go for it. It would make like your transition much easier. Or you can go absolutely cold turkey like me, suffer for 2 weeks not knowing what to eat and slowly learn about it. But I think somebody should like have a better leg up than I did. So generally speaking, just go for the cheaper foods. Go for the tin beans and chickpeas. Buy tofu. I think tofu is worldwide cheaper than beef, and it has the same amount of protein in it, so that's great. Milk, maybe it depends on where you're from. Like the plant milk, the soy milk might be a little more expensive, but then you don't spend the money on things like beef and chicken and fish that are generally more expensive, mostly worldwide, right?
But notice here too that this is also like an attitudinal change, right? So notice that post-mortem and all sorts of vegans who are convinced of this position, they're not problem focused. We're looking for solutions, right? So we're not looking always about like the issues we're gonna face. I mean, you can obviously ask them and we can address them, but I think it's up to you, especially if you value these principles, right? And if what we say makes sense, that it is wrong to exploit animals, that it's then your responsibility to look for solutions, right? So look it up on Google. What can you replace meat with? What can you replace milk with? What can you replace eggs with, right? Not just in terms of like taste, but also in terms of nutrition, health, right? Because this is something about being forever, right? You need to be sustainable in your practice. So you should look for solutions and not for like problems or excuses, in my opinion, right? And then the doors will open automatically and you will get like new experiences.
Thank you, Val.
Yes.
Any more questions?
If I may follow up, so you're definitely against of killing animals in general, correct?
In general, is a different question. There are contexts in which I would say, it's okay to kill an animal.
Yeah, but all else be equal, yeah.
Like for food, like if,
for food in general, I would say, like if it's a sentient animal, you shouldn't kill it.
Okay, so but what about during the process of growing your plants? The animals that were killed because of growing your plants.
Yeah, sure.
Like, what about the insects? What about the the things that like? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, Bibo. I just hear this like every half an hour is on repeat. So I'm like, let me answer. You know. So I apologize that I'm cutting.
No, I want to see your point of view. Like, I just kind of want to know.
Yeah, I can see that. I see that you are like genuinely asking and not just trying to like up a vegan. So that changes the context with like from all kinds of angles. So angle number one, I said if it's a sentient animal, you shouldn't kill them. Insects are maybe sentient, maybe not.
What about mice? What about mice?
Mice, definitely
Like-
sentient. Yeah. So that's why, like, I find that argument like very weak, especially because we just don't know. So once we don't know about somebody, if they're sentient or not, we should probably have like a precautionary principle and like pretend that we know that they are sentient, just in case that they are. So mice are definitely sentient. So the other change in context is that we have to eat something. And eating plants, even though they create like crop deaths, they kill some mice, they kill some pigs, feral pigs and stuff like that, depends on where you live. So I would say the context is then it becomes necessary because we have to eat something. And eating plants kills the least amount of animals. I'll tell you why. Because animals, I'll tell you why. Hold on. One last thing, one last point, and then you can say. So the animals that we raise for food, cows, chickens, pigs, even fish, eat crops. So we grow crops and then feed them to animals and then have like either 10 or 25% return on those calories. So it's an incredible waste of calories. And of course, it increases the amount of animals killed for crops. So the answer is still go vegan to save the field mice, as many field mice as you can. I can talk even more about it because I have
But in
all
your point of
kinds
view, in that you're just like you rather kill certain amount of mice than just because you're still killing things.
Yeah.
Like, but you just rather killing different things.
Yeah, but I told you what I told you what the symmetry
why
breaker
would
is.
you be able to like choose? But why do you choose for me that like you would rather because you would rather kill a mice, but I would rather save a mice and eat a cow?
No. Now you're strawmanning me. I'm not saying that I would rather kill mice. If we can solve it, we should.
No.
Hold on.
Because you said you have to eat because you have to eat. So
that doesn't mean I
it's
want
necessarily to kill something.
Yeah. So, Bibo, you are missing the context. You are cutting out the context here. Because I didn't say that I want to kill mice. No, absolutely not. I think we should solve...
No,
Hold
you
on.
don't want to.
Oh my God.
You have to.
I understand. That's what I said, right? So hold on. Yeah, go on, Val.
Yeah, so what I want to say is, in a vegan world, right? So let's conceive like a vegan world. In that possible world, right, a vegan would opt or would prefer an option where no indirect or accidental harms to animals occur, right? However, in this omnivore world, right, it is by necessity, there is always by necessity a victim involved. So maybe in the future, in this vegan utopia, let's say, like, let's conceive that in our minds, right? In this world, a vegan would their minds would generally be inclined to minimize or even eliminate that option. So far, it is not possible. Probably because of like practical logistical issues, right? But the vegan would prefer to minimize or even to eliminate that issue.
Yeah.
That's my take. So currently, it's intrinsically involved. This harm to mice, rodents, whatever. It's just what it is. But the vegan would, if possible, would be against it if it is practically, doable. It's like basically where is your mind's inclination? And a vegan would generally be not in favor of these accidental deaths. Now they might be a necessary evil, yes, but in general they would be.
Sorry, but what do you mean by accidentally death?
Yeah, so for instance, crop deaths, for instance, right? Or if you want to protect your crops, from certain animals.
Yeah.
But that is that is again like an emergency situation. Yes, if they're attacking your crops, you have like some. I'm not advocating for killing them. I think there are like milder ways to deter them, right?
Well,
and even that is a form of self-defense.
But they put traps. They put like things to prevent them
that
to
might be
attack
wrong.
your crop.
Yeah, that might be wrong. Yeah,
Like,
traps. I think
those,
is cruel.
Those gonna kill them, right? Like for snakes
Yeah,
or whatever. Like whoever comes into your crops to like steal your stuff. Like they're they're preventing them to get in, so that they could sell you the food, sell your plants. So they're also still killing something.
Absolutely, yeah. And I would
like maybe you guys are very aware.
Sorry, can I interject back?
But that is different. Like us defending our crops is different from us, in comparison, intentionally breeding animals into existence and to then premeditatively killing them at some stages of their life, systematically. That is a complete different thing, especially in the sphere of intentionality, right? So we are intending to kill them in the current world, right? We intentionally do that. We are forcing them to be stabbed. No, we don't. We would not force them. No, we are not forcing them. We are not forcing them to attack our crops. We don't do that. We don't exploit them. No, we don't do that. We don't force them.
Okay. Sorry, can I jump back in?
Sorry, you don't force them to do what?
Yeah, Bibu, can I jump in?
You don't force them to.
Yeah. Bibu, can I jump in?
Like, sorry. I did not hear what he said there.
Yeah. I'm gonna clarify. I'm just asking for your permission to jump in instead of Val.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So here's why Val says we're not forcing them. So imagine you have like people who are like, I don't know, don't speak your language, and generally speaking, it's like really impossible, almost impossible to communicate with them. For instance, because they are like mentally challenged, right? So you have these humans who are like coming to your house and start breaking shit and start stealing your shit, right? Did you force them into your house?
Did I force them to come into my house to break my stuff?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah. So this is like maybe not equivalent, but very similar hypothetical to the animals in the wild that they want to eat, right? So they come for crops, and you can't communicate with them, and you can't deter them in any kind of way because they just want your crops. And if you allow them to eat your crops, you're gonna, like, basically the entire human population is gonna starve. This is the situation now. Not only the entire human population, but the entire farmed animal population is going to starve. This is the situation with crop deaths right now. Farmers who are not vegan, by the way, if they were vegan, they would be looking for other alternatives, kill animals because, like, literally, if they don't, right, there is no way to deter insects from coming and eating your crops. There is fucking no way. They tried. There is one way, like if you grow veganic farming, but then you have to grow like very small amount of crops per each field and put like specific plants on the outskirts. But that wouldn't like deter the mice, for instance, right? That wouldn't, and also like literally farmers can't do it right now because we have to feed trillions of animals that we farm for food so that we can then eat the farmed animals. Did you know that if we like no longer farm animals for food, we can reduce agricultural land by 75% and specifically cropland by 2 million hectares worldwide? Wouldn't that help us to reduce the fields and make the production of crops more ethical?
Not necessarily, because both intention, like you need to eat, you need to survive, you need to be well, like
and
your
it
intention
makes
is
more
survive,
sense,
right? That's why you eat.
And it makes more sense to eat in the way that kills the least amount of animals, right? I don't know.
Well,
maybe you care about that, right?
Well, no. Well, how many insect or like
Yeah.
You probably kill tons of insects.
Yeah. And how many
You get-
insects
get
and how many
one plant.
insects die for crops that feed a dairy cow?
Well, I'm not sure. Like, I don't have.
Well, I
the-
can
the
tell
stats
you
to tell
exactly
you
that. Like, for
Yeah?
instance,
Oh.
hold on.
Okay.
If there is like a, let's say it's like easier to pretend that there is like a beef cow, right? A really big cow, like 400 kilograms or something like that, or 600
Yeah.
kilograms, however much they weigh. So they eat, I think like, I don't remember, maybe like 25, they eat like about 10 times more than a human being. And when they're slaughtered, when they have their throat slit and all the bits that we don't eat is taken away, basically the return of their flesh from the calories that they ate is between, I can't give you a specific number, it's between 10 and 25%. So it would be way more efficient and would kill way less insects if you just ate the wheat pellets, the soy pellets directly. Yeah. I think remember we started this, hold on, one sec, sorry. I remember we started this conversation with how all of these things are hidden from us in a society. We like don't know a bunch of things. Well, people sometimes forget that animals have to eat. And this creates this like question, oh my God, vegans kill so many animals.
But that's a nature, like what animal eats. Yeah, of course.
That's not nature. They're fed 34% of human-fed crops. We eat the other 34%. If we cleared those 34% that we already grow, we could feed the entire African nation, like 100%. We would actually would need to or can reduce the amount of crops we grow significantly if just people just ate the crops directly and we didn't feed them first to animals and then killed the animals and then ate their flesh, their secretions. A dairy cow eats like, I think 30 kilograms of food every single day. I eat about 1.5 kilograms of food every single day. That's an incredible disparity, isn't it? It's incredibly inefficient. Think about it. You don't spend like all of your calories just like you eat some calories. You don't like, if I kill you right now and like eat your flesh, not all calories that you ate throughout your life, I'm going to get them back, right? Because you spend them on moving, on thinking, on like interacting, right? So growing animals is incredibly inefficient. Plants, on the other hand, they just stand in place. So they waste almost no calories when you grow them. From a human perspective, eating animals is one of the more asinine, stupid, inefficient things that we do as humanity. If we stopped exploiting and killing animals for food, we could like fucking thrive as humanity. We could feed the children in Africa who are dying because they don't have nourishment. But we here in the West eat food, eat meat and throw half of it away. It's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, and notice here too that veganism doesn't even hinge on that aspect. So even if we grant, which is actually not true, but even if we accept for the sake of argument that it would be neutral compared to plants, right? The arguments for sentient beings to protect them would still stand. It would still stand. So even if it is less or more or equally efficient, right? The arguments for veganism, which veganism is actually about, it's about the animals, would still stand independent of any efficiency argument or environmental argument. That's just an addition that I just wanted to highlight. But even with respect to that, veganism stands independent of those further arguments. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah. I agree with you, Val. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
I interrupt Vikram. What if I said that eating vegetables will actually kill you or slowly killing you?
Well, you would be incorrect because I've been vegan for 10 years and I haven't died yet. And I'm generally very healthy. I'm the healthiest person in my family. And I also lift weights and I have amazing gains.
Actually, like vegans have veggies or don't have some nutrients that humans
Which ones?
need, and basically that's why
Yeah, which ones?
Those you can search what nutrients does the
Oh, yeah.
veggies don't
I
have
know the
humans
answer,
need.
but you are making the claim. So please tell me which nutrients are missing in plants. That's how conversations work. When you make the claim, you then have to substantiate it with knowledge. And you don't seem to have the knowledge.
Post. The Earth is flat. All you gotta do is Google it.
Yeah. Google it though. Remember there used to be like a GIF where somebody where you send somebody like a Google search. It's really fucked up. Yeah, somebody in my other chat is saying B12. Correct. And then you can take a supplement of B12, which costs much less than B12 in animals, and you're set.
If someone is like, there is no such thing as, well, let's say B12. Actually, it is in shiitake mushrooms, but it's not much.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think
Still,
like
yeah,
everybody should stop
either take it
coping
via
about
like fortified foods, which I wouldn't do either because it's just too complicated. Just take I just take 2,000 micrograms. It's like pills once a week, 1,000 to 3,000. If you want to have like daily, you can also do that. But the question again is, if again you are convinced by the principles, is it fair, is it just or moral to take someone's body for a fucking nutrient when you have an appropriate and sensible alternative? That's my question to you, right? So is it fair to rip someone's body apart for a fucking nutrient that you can get also otherwise? Yeah, for just a few cents.
Even if the claim is like you can't get B12 naturally, well, you can if you actually look.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, even the animals don't get the B12 necessarily naturally.
Exactly.
The cows are supplemented with cobalt. Speaking of something that is what is like incredibly terrible for humans as well, right? Farming cobalt, mining for cobalt, and then it goes to cows in the privileged countries.
Yeah. Everything else you can just get from plants. That's it. Like protein is not even an issue, right? Zinc, selenium, not heme iron necessarily. I mean, there are some ways to obtain heme iron apparently with like these more innovative foods, but it's like non-heme iron. And actually, plants do have like a unique benefit as well if you replace it with meat.
Yeah.
That's more of a health claim, but yeah.
No, I mean, I think health claims are important because people, generally speaking,
sure.
I think in the non-vegans in the world think they're gonna fucking die if they go vegan, which is fair enough. I thought 10 years ago when I went vegan, I thought I'm gonna die earlier and become like desolate and lose all my muscles. Fortunately, I was completely incorrect.
Yeah.
The only things I saw when going vegan were benefits. So
Same.
that's,
Especially to my fucking soul, or whatever it is.
Okay, I need to start my leg day today. I'm kind of dreading it already. Oh. Val, leg day until failure is not fun. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I was training my legs on Tuesday, and next day I got like back soreness, and I was wondering why. And then I remember, well, I did RDLs. Yeah, I completely smashed my hamstrings and my trapezius and my butt. It's like, I skipped like RDLs for so long. Yeah. Usually I just squat, but yeah. I'm still sore, by the way. So yeah. 3 days later. I also did like leg press again. New exercise for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I like 2 days ago I streamed and I started working out and I kind of got lost in the conversation, so I accidentally did almost every set took like 0 RIRs, and I'm still 2 days later I'm like still fucking sore, which is good. It promotes growth of muscles, but it's like a pain in the ass. I also have like hyperlaxity, so I should be careful with how much I like increase my volume. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna take a little breaky break. I'll be back in about a minute. Sorry, guys.
Sure.
Sorry, chat. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna make some coffee and then I'll be back. Yeah. Oh.
Damn, 2 people leaving. Goddamn, bro.
Yeah, he started talking.
Okay, you don't need to be that mean, bro. Damn. just incels us all. That was uncalled for, mate.
So mean. Boy.
Bro. It's like saying like I was in high school again, just like hearing that, bro. Just like saying this to someone. It's like, bro, it's such a high school insult. So dumb.
You're gonna have me too afraid to chime in.
Hmm?
Well, mate, would you so speak?
What you say?
I'm too afraid I'm gonna get bullied.
Why would it be too afraid if you get bullied?
I've got a very low self-esteem. I'll shy away. I'll never respond again.
I think everyone has. I think some people have low self-esteem sometimes. It's common.
I'm just taking a piss about it.
Yeah, I know. If I was in real world, would that be? I have no idea what to fucking play on my PlayStation, bro. I have Siege, GTA, 7 Days to Die, which I want to play with my friend. Fucking got Fortnite, which is cringe. My favorite game though, that's Dragon Age from the Veil Guard. Oh.
Gosh, it's so quiet. Is everybody vegan in the room?
Yes.
Yes.
Born and raised.
Awesome.
Out the womb.
Nova, are you vegan?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. So literally everybody's vegan in here. Sky? Come on, don't be shy. We're not eating humans here. No harm done.
I'm not vegan.
Not
I
vegan.
eat egg and drink milk.
Okay. Why?
I don't. Why?
Yeah.
For health.
Oh, what if you find out that you actually can be as healthy or even healthier without eating those animal products? Would you change your mind and habits?
Sorry, I don't speak English. I just can be a little English, so I can answer your.
Oh, your English sounded really good. I apologize. I can simplify. I can say simply, what if you don't have to eat dairy and eggs for health, but you can eat plants instead? Would you then stop eating dairy and eggs?
Sorry, I can understand.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
see, sometimes you can't communicate with humans, just like sometimes you can't communicate with animals. We shouldn't kill humans that we can't communicate with. We shouldn't kill animals either. Let this be a lesson to you. I'm just gibbering. Somebody fucking learn English and talk to me about veganism. Please.
I like the type. I'm very shy. I'm not. By the way, this is all me just taking a piece.
Yeah, I know. Taking a piece. No, it's important for urine health.
Also, I'm not from England. We just like a lot of their sayings.
Yeah. Gosh.
So, do you guys have a response for that, by the way?
Sorry, response for what?
I've kind of asked how you guys square the whole veganism thing with the, I guess, supply chain stuff and, you know, the environmental impact, all that.
Yeah. So I look at like an inherency of something to understand if I should, what action should I take, right? So I would say if something is inherently immoral, like a product, right? I wouldn't say like, okay, so I wouldn't say like meat simpliciter is always immoral. There are like exceptions in which contextually, I apologize,
No problem.
meat doesn't exploit and kill animals, and therefore it could be like morally not bad. But I would say if you go to a store and buy a meat product or a dairy product or an egg product, animals were exploited and killed for it. And in the current system, so that I could buy those things in a store, it's inherent to that product, right? If I look at something like coconut production, so depends on where. Sometimes animals and of course humans are exploited for the production of that coconut. Sometimes they're not. By the way, the vegan activists from India tell me that coconut production is very lucrative and not exploitative at all to neither animals or humans in there. But like if a coconut comes from like a specific production where animals are exploited for it, well, I ask myself, first of all, do I have an alternative? If the answer is yes, okay. But then, logically speaking, would it, like, if it's not inherent in the product that animals and humans are exploited, would it be a good thing for me to boycott that product? Or should we, like, create an organization that can, like, change stuff in that product, right? Change things in that production and like rehabilitate the industry. And the answer is yes, right? I drink fair trade coffee. There is an organization.
Sorry, yeah. I hear what you're saying, but from what I was understanding before was you would go so far as to kind of crucify, you know, the grocers, right? You know, the same grocers that are dealing with the butchers or, you know, getting these supplies.
What do you mean by
you would
crucify?
condemn them, like condemn.
Okay.
You were asking people before.
Yeah, I don't understand how that's related to what I said about the inherency of a product.
So, yeah, sorry. So when I asked initially, right, about the supply chain and how you morally square all that,
yeah,
I was asking, you know, to what degree, right? If it's just the product itself or the people who purchase and supply the product and profit from the product, which is what we're...
I understand. So I don't view it this way. I look at the victims. I don't look at the perpetrators, right?
I do have an issue with that.
Mhm.
I'll have to figure out exactly how to word it.
Yeah.
But I do feel like there's a big obvious issue with that. Sorry, I've
Well,
got
I
a
don't know why you
got it.
would, right? A butcher exists even though they might, by the way, in some countries, butchers kill animals, but like in
But we
America,
still-
for instance. But
we still
hold on.
punish-
Yeah, I understand. Like if there is a
Yeah.
butcher who doesn't kill animals, all they do is like get half a cow and break it down and sell it to people, right? So it's like they don't do the deed. They just pay for that product and sell it downstream, right? Is that what you mean?
I'm sorry. Could you say that one more time? I had to.
Yeah.
I had a little mechanic.
Oh, I apologize. I'm trying to be zen today. I'm trying not to get upset or
Drink a lot
interrupt
of
people
water.
too much. Yeah. So if a butcher doesn't kill an animal, they are just part of the supply chain, meaning they just pay for the animal that was already killed, and then they just like augment the thing that they bought and sell it downstream, right? Is that what you mean? So butchers should be excluded from the moral
Sorry.
relevancy of it?
More specifically, I mean, what do you do as a vegan when you go to a grocer who stocks meat?
Oh, well, almost. That's where I'm like, oh, well, what can I do with it, right? It doesn't really matter. Even if I buy from 100% vegan place, the landowner is probably not going to be vegan, and then it's going to be getting my money, right? So this is like a utilitarian calculation. Not only is it like completely foreign to my view of morality, it's also like makes like if I would say, well, my money should only go to vegan people, it would like basically make it impossible to be vegan.
But would you not argue that there is an alternative?
Like what?
Like you could just grow your own food.
How?
I'm sorry. How?
Yeah, how? I'll tell you a story, right? So I have an Instagram account called Our Harmstead, where I follow homesteaders and small farmers, where the people who like attempt at least to grow their own food. First of all, the amount of people in those in homesteads who grow 100% of their food is like dozens of people. Second of all, they had to buy the land, they have to buy the house, they have to buy the tractor. The amount of money that people need to create a homestead, and the amount of years until they can grow even 50% of their food, it's incredible. And they still have to continue to work their day jobs while also growing their food. So when I ask how, I'm asking, where the fuck am I gonna get the money and the time to grow 100% of my food?
It sounds like you just need to find some like-minded individuals, because surely the cause is just, right, and worth it.
But it's still, well, then you like exponentially growing the amount of people that need to put in essentially the same amount of money, because the most expensive thing is like equipment and land, and
Well,
like
at some point,
if you
did get enough people, you think that the overall cost would go down?
not by much, I think. As far as I know how homestead economics works, by very little.
And we're still arguing for the moral aspect, right?
Well, okay, so morality can't be applied if you like don't have an option, right?
But you
Like
would
for
always
instance,
argue that there is.
I would argue that there isn't, based on the fact that I don't have the money to buy my own allotment and then work from sun up to sun down to grow about, at first, like 10% of my food and then 20% of my food. I would say I don't have an option. But I'll give you an even worse example. So a few days ago, we talked to a Pakistani child in this Discord. Who was 13 years old and said they absolutely know that they should go vegan, But if they go vegan right now, they would either have to abandon their education and go start working and to pay for their own food, or starve generally because their parents are not gonna supply them with vegan food, or, and probably not all, but also get beaten for making this decision to go vegan. Would you say that child has an option to go vegan until they're grown?
A realistic option or an option? Because an unrealistic option is still an option, right?
No, I wouldn't say that. You can't ask somebody to sacrifice their entire fucking life and possibly their actual life, like physical life, for a bit of compassion. There must be, like, if somebody doesn't have food agency, there must be allowances to then say, well, you don't have a choice then.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody on the vegan side of this so flexible in this
I'm
chat.
not flexible at all. I'm incredibly strict with people who actually have agency, who have a choice. Would you say there are no people who don't have a choice and they can't go vegan?
Would I say that there are no people?
Would you say there are people in this world who genuinely, not as an excuse, but genuinely just don't have a choice to go vegan? Do you think they exist?
Excluding the opting out of eating.
Sorry?
Excluding abstaining from...
Oh, like, okay, if you go by the definition of possible and practicable, I guess they could still be vegan and do like the best amount, like to make the most effort out of what they have.
That's the aspect of things that I'm struggling with, right?
Yeah.
Is the most pure interpretation, right?
Mhm.
Like the extreme. And that's definitely what
Yeah.
you're losing me on the topic.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess this child, if they make the actual effort within the bounds of not losing their life and not losing their future, they can do the best they can, right? That would be like within the vegan position. If they were truthful, right? If they weren't just making excuses for themselves, going, oh, there are like Aborigine people there that can't go vegan, therefore I'm not going to go vegan either, right? That would be a stupid excuse. Or saying, oh, the store in which they sell tofu is like 20-minute bus ride from me and not 10-minute bus ride where I buy my feed. That would be silly. That would be like an unreasonable, relinquishing of responsibility. But I will say if somebody is like genuinely is in danger of losing their life, of being beaten every single day, and of like if they take the moral stance, genuinely not have a future, right? I would say that it's not possible or practicable. I'm not allowing it all. I grilled that child for like an hour.
Yeah, no, sorry, but I'm still, even now I'm having a hard time, right? Because depending on where you draw the line, I'm thinking if I was to use a similar argument and just put the human element in, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure, if I were to tell you that, maybe you wouldn't go an hour away to get your vegan food and come back, maybe you wouldn't do that. Maybe that'd be too much. I don't know, what becomes impractical for you.
I mean, like you can change, like if the vegan food is an hour away, I would say, well, you can so like if I wouldn't say it's even like a realistic hypothetical, because vegan food like exists everywhere. There is fruit and veg everywhere. It's like maybe like very specific food like tofu or something.
But if it's everywhere, then it's practical for everybody, right? Like it's just...
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Some things are like just excuses that people make for themselves to not change, and other things are not.
Yeah, so...
So genuinely speaking, I don't have the capital to grow 100% of my food. If somebody wants to drop a few, I think about $5 million on me, I would do it. It's more than that. I think if I had the option to buy from a veganic farming, I would have to concede that I should spend the 3 times the amount of money probably to have that thing shipped to me than buying just like regular run-of-the-mill food. I don't know if you're still confused. I think you're looking for like a hard line somewhere. I don't know if that line exists. All we can do is compare between things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's just a lot of the issues, like I said, I'm having, right, is I'm trying to go from, the ideal, the purist, because it seems like it's you opt in or you opt out, and there's no gray area, no in between.
Yeah, I would generally say that's true. You opt in or opt out. But opting in includes like if you're gonna like genuinely lose your fucking life, you opt in as much as you can. You don't opt in 100%.
But you can't opt in as much as you can. That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
It's not. There is no degree. It's binary.
So you don't accept the possible practicable stipulation.
Sorry, it's just when I talk to you, it seems like you say. So, okay. From what I'm understanding so far, is we were at a point where there was exception, right? But then there isn't exception with the child, right? There's no food that they can practically attain themselves.
Yeah.
But there also is, because the food's everywhere.
Well, they're a child. They don't have food agency.
Yeah. In that case, that's a child, right?
Yeah. So literally, they don't have a choice. I'm sorry, do you want me to draw like a really hard line? Because I don't think I can do that. You're just gonna have to like reason through each context. There's no choice. By the way, that's how I address animal ethics as well. When somebody asks me a very specific thing about a very specific species, I think about their best interest, right? And I reason like around it. I wouldn't say that like if I wanted what's best for a cow, and if I wanted what's best for like a wild hyena, the answer would be the same for those two animals. They have different circumstances. So why would I say that all human circumstances are the same? I have to think of their best interest.
Because we're still applying the same morals to every human, aren't we?
Yes, but if the circumstances are context. Morals are context related. They're not objective, right?
Food. We're only talking about the consumption.
Sorry, you'll need to say more words there to relate into the conversation.
The consumption of the animal.
Yeah. Would you say it's objectively wrong to consume an animal?
That's my understanding of the vegan argument.
Sorry, are you not vegan actually, Ron?
No, sorry, that's what. No, I'm not. I've said it in chat several times, and then.
Well, I don't read the chat because my attention span.
No worries. Yeah.
So you're not vegan?
No, personally, no.
Yeah. So it kind of depends on the vegan. I don't think morality is subjective. I think objective. I think it's subjective. And all I'm trying to do is convince other people around me that if they have the choice, genuinely, then they have to take the choice that reduces rights violations, sometimes to zero, right? In case of like, if you don't drink dairy, you don't contribute to the rights violations of dairy cows. Zero. End of. As a person.
But you believe that the morals are subjective?
Of course. What would even having objective morals mean? That there is a God? Or that there is some kind of a higher being that like makes up morals for us? Morality is subjective because it is born out of our minds as human beings. It's not
Yeah,
like
sorry.
brought up
I
on
asked
us.
just because of I'm trying to rethink everything I've heard
Yeah.
and reassess. So
I
I'll do
mean,
that.
some vegans think that morality is objective.
Just real quick, you can have vegans thinking both, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. I would say it doesn't matter either. You question the person what their either objective or subjective morality is, and you find out what's going on there, right? Because
And I'm trying to put everything that has been said
also,
previously in
you
the
know,
context
the
as well.
person who would be best questioned about morality and stuff like that is foolproof mastery. So maybe they can jump in.
Hello, Postmortem. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay, Patrick. What's up with you?
Yo,
Yeah, I'm alright as well. What's happening? What's your question?
Yeah, the room has a bunch of questions about veganism and morality and stuff.
Okay, I'm willing to hear whatever they have to say.
I guess my specific
Vegans
question...
are mentally fucking ill. We're made to eat meat. Shut up.
Wait. Hold. Where's
What
that
does
coming
it mean?
from? Where's that coming from?
There's a person with like a black, with no name and like a black pic who's in the bottom right corner for me at least.
You sound Russian to me. Are you Russian? You sound Russian.
No, I just have like
address,
one of those
let's
accents.
address the elephant in the room. What the hell was
So
that
can you
comment?
repeat what you just said? Nameless, faceless person.
Yep. You can call me invisible.
Invisible,
because no one
okay.
can see me.
Yeah.
I said that vegans are mentally ill because we're made to eat meat. That's why kill the fucking cow and eat it. And shut up.
What do you mean by made to eat meat?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Well, we should eat meat.
What do you mean?
What do you mean by should?
What, bro, what the hell are you talking about?
Look, if
You should eat meat because, bro, isn't it obvious?
Not really.
I'm dead laughing. Bro said it when I was about to say it.
Like, yeah,
I know I'm right. Oh, thank you, oh hell nah. Thank you.
We would
bro.
like for you to elaborate on what you're saying. If I said that we meant to drive a car, that doesn't really tell me anything, right? What do you mean by we meant to do such acts like eat meat?
Yeah, exactly, bro. We're meant to eat meat because
What do you
it
mean
has
exactly?
protein,
He's
it has-
asking you a question. Answer his question.
I'm asking, could you
Why you
elaborate?
mad, Mr. fucking Russian?
I'm not Russian, but okay.
Wait, can I
Putin is
just
mad.
quickly say, could we be on the topic? Because I don't want to moderate.
Bro, meat basically has all the proteins, all the amino acids, all the vitamins that your body needs.
It doesn't have fiber.
I mean, yeah, but you can eat bread, maybe.
Okay, so do you think like vegetables have all of the proteins as well?
Maybe, but you need to eat way more calories than meat to get all the nutrients that are
Sorry,
needed.
can you substantiate that claim?
Can I what?
Substantiate that claim.
Wait, I don't know what this. that means.
Present evidence for the claim that, generally speaking, when you eat plant foods, you need to eat more than the meats to get the same amount of protein,
wait,
right?
Wait, are you a vegan?
Yes.
Shit.
Yo, same, bro.
Yo.
It's good.
So when you say meant to eat meat, are you implying that there's some sort of designer who made us? Like.
Wait. Do you believe in God?
No, I don't.
No.
Oh fuck. Oh shit.
So here's where I enter the conversation and I say people who believe in God are mentally ill. They imagine beings that seemingly don't exist. And fuck off, you should shut up then.
Hello. Even if you do believe in God, it's there's no religions which mandate the farming of animals that I'm aware of.
We can even talk about it because I wanna still stick to this one point just to kind of learn.
What are you talking about?
Okay, bro, shush. I'll have to meet you. So hold on. So invisible. I wanna kind of still stick to the point. What do you mean meant to eat meat? So if
Sigma boy, Sigma boy, Sigma.
Okay.
Bro,
So
just mute this guy. Yeah, what's up?
no, it's he left. So for example,
He
if
haven't
you
left.
say,
He's still here. He's still here.
What?
I can still see him. He's still here.
No, no, no. He's
don't
he's
see
talking
him.
about he's talking about the Indian guy who was singing.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh no, yeah, I'm talking about the guy who was singing.
Sorry.
Yeah, the invisible. Like, I want to still stick to the point of like we should, so or we need to. Like, I haven't consumed meat in a very long time. Why do I need to consume?
Bro, like, why do you?
Can you answer the question? Invisible. Can you,
Wait,
can you
hold
answer
on.
the
Let
question?
them post. It's fine. Let them just.
All right,
they
all
eat
right.
it.
I'll shut up. All right. Like the mentally ill vegan that I am, I'm gonna shut up.
Okay.
Hello. Good.
If we get that guy's ID, I can ban him from this VC.
No, no. Like, I just don't get it. Like, why do you only eat plants? Like, meat has nearly every single thing you need. Nearly, I said. Why would you stick to just eating plants?
Because we can also live and have a really healthy life eating plants. So then if there is an option of killing animals or not killing animals is a better option.
I don't know if that's what you think, but humans have been killing animals and eating them for the past thousands of years. That's how humanity evolved. Well,
Humans
this
have
vegan
also, I understand that, but humans have also raped each other. Humans have killed each other. We've been killing each other for since we exist, right? So should we do that, or should we look for ways of not harming each other?
Well, I think we should look to ways of not harming each other. So I agree with you on that point.
Yeah, I agree. And then we're just going back to the point of if we can harm animals or not harm animals, which one's better?
Well, you are killing the plants, bro. Like at the same time, like you're talking about
I
not killing
understand.
something.
Wait,
Listen,
Invisible,
listen.
I agree, I kill plants, but which one is better, killing plants or killing animals?
Listen, for the lion to eat, he has to kill the deer, right? And for humans to eat, they have to kill the cow. So something have to die.
Yes, I agree. I agree. Something has to die. So
Yeah,
invisible.
yeah. If
Wait,
if a lion,
Hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
Just one simple, super simple question. Which one is better to kill, the plant or the animal?
I think the animal.
Really, if you had a burning, hold on, if you had a burning building in which there was a dog and a ficus, would you save the ficus and not the dog?
Yeah, but I don't eat dogs, so.
I'm not asking about
But
that. I'm asking,
I
we
will-
asked,
I will-
whom is
I
it
will save
better
the
to
dog.
kill? Whom is it better
I
to
will-
kill? So it's not better to
I
kill
will-
the animal, right?
Well, in that situation, I'm not killing the animal.
Yeah.
The animal
Why?
just died because of the burning building. I was trying
Why?
to save it.
Yeah, why? Why would you save the dog and not the ficus?
Because I have a relationship with my dog. Because I have a strong
Not your dog.
bond
No,
with my
it's somebody else's dog. It's just somebody like a random dog. And the random ficus, in case you have a relationship with a ficus.
Even better, There's a blazing hot building, right? You can go in and save a rabbit or a nice rose. Which one's better?
No, the rabbits. Of course, the rabbits.
There you go. And why? Why? Why would you save a rabbit?
Because I don't want him to die. But at the
Why?
same time, if I want, but at the same time, if I want to eat him, then I'll kill it and eat it.
Why don't you
And cook
want
it
the
and then eat
rabbit
it.
to die? Why?
Why don't you want the rabbit to die over a rose?
Because I don't care about roses. Like,
Exactly. So if you could
Yeah.
live only on plants without hurting any animals, it would be important to not hurt animals, right?
listen, if I don't kill an animal, the lion will come and kill a fucking deer and eat it. So
Invisible.
I probably should eat it before the lion, honestly.
Invisible, can I tell you a really funny point on this?
Yeah, of course.
If I don't hit my dog with my car, someone else's car will hit my dog. So I should hit my dog first before someone else hits it.
What the fuck are you talking about? No, of course
Oh,
not.
he said what's happening here is Felix is taking your logic and showing and replacing the victim to show you how ridiculous your claim was. Pat, if you want to jump in.
I would just like to say, back to your point where you were at the start, you were saying meant to eat meat. If humans are meant to eat meat, like consistently in the literature, increased consumption of red meat, for example, is associated with illness such as heart disease. So how would that like support your position that we're meant to eat meat?
Listen, every king in the world or every president in the world eat lots of meat. And none of them has any heart problems, bro. So do you actually buy into this shit? I don't believe it.
So your sort of standard of evidence is what the president does, that must mean it's healthy.
Because all presidents are healthy, except Joe Biden, because he's an idiot. But despite that, all presidents are healthy.
Sorry, Pat, what was your point there?
My point was just like, yeah, increased consumption of red meat is like, it's like well established in the literature that like, you know, in generally, as you know, my position post-mortem, any food can be part of a healthy diet, but generally increased consumption of animal products is associated with chronic disease. So yeah, ethics aside, like I'm just trying to get to the point about how we're meant to eat meat.
Yeah.
But, yeah, like it's well established that we can also, you know, survive without consuming animal products as well. Like the Association of Dietetics, like was it 110,000 dietitians? They all unanimously agreed that we can survive on a completely plant-based diet.
100%. So just generally speaking, Invisible, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I'm talking about that humanity evolved by eating meat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
why does that mean? Why does that mean that we are meant to eat meat?
Because it's primal. It's just, bro. Like how? Like how
Dude,
do I even
you're talking
explain
into a
it?
microphone to me. Do you think microphones are primal?
How is that related?
It's
Humans
related.
live-
It's related
No,
because
no,
hold
no,
on.
of course not.
Impossible. I'm gonna answer your question. So it's related because you live in the 21st century. You are not primal, so you shouldn't look at primality as the benchmark of what you in the 21st century, talking into a microphone to other people all over the world, should or shouldn't do.
I don't know what the fuck are you talking. How is talking into a mic with people online
just
related
explained
to
it.
humanity?
Did you not
Humanity who
understand
lived
me?
thousands of years
Yeah.
eating only meat.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, first of all,
cavemen did
that's a claim that you would definitely have to substantiate that humans ate only meat. But secondary, my point was that talking about what is primal and what is not, when nothing about your life is primal anymore, is ridiculous. What we can do to find out if humans are meant to eat meat or not is look at modern science. And modern science genuinely claims that the more meat you eat, the less healthy you are.
Yeah, but who the fuck believes the modern science? Like modern science
Modern
says
people
that-
should.
It says that stupid things like masturbation is healthy, which
It
of
is.
course not.
It is.
No, it's
It
not. No,
absolutely
it's
is. Just
No,
because your
it's- no.
God says that it isn't doesn't mean that it isn't. It is. Masturbation is
It's a
incredibly
waste-
healthy.
Well, it's our God, not my God.
No, it's
our
your God, because I don't have evidence for any gods. So,
I'm interested, do you boycott the complete medical system?
Wait, which god are we talking about?
I don't know. Who cares? Let's just reject it today, Felek. Let's just not go into that drain today.
I'm interested if you boycott the whole medical system. Like, for example, if you had cancer, would you boycott, chemotherapy? Do you ever do you boycott all antibiotics?
I mean, if I have cancer, I'll try my best to not take chemotherapy. I'll try fasting for or water fasting for a couple of days. I'll try any natural healing
Oh my God.
plant or something. But chemotherapy is just a killing for the body. It just destroys your
Can I
body.
just quickly say, what is natural is for cancer to kill you, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also the plants which you mentioned.
Of course, you're
Yeah.
gonna say absolutely because
Yeah.
he doesn't believe in God and you don't believe in God. So you're just finding something to agree with him on.
I don't know where God
Just-
said you shouldn't take care of yourself if you have an illness and go and get chemotherapy.
Believe in Jesus and eat
Yeah.
meat and shut up.
And that's where it ends. That's where it ends. A person making claims that they can't substantiate, and they end it with, "Shut up!" Like a baby. Shut up! I can see you still here,
Bro, I'm dead laughing,
child.
bro. I'm dead, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, faith is not a good way of like following your life or not or fixing issues. Because imagine, imagine praying to find a girlfriend like every single day. You sit on your room and you pray and you pray, and she's not in your room. That's not how it works.
But yeah, I'm interested to maybe name the trait on you just to check your sort of consistency. Like you said, if you would kill a rabbit for food, right?
Well, I don't eat rabbits. I just eat cow stick only.
Jesus Christ. You have a carnivore on our hands, Patrick. That's right up your alley.
No, I don't think you. So do you only eat cows, or do you get calories from plants somewhere?
Wait. Did the Russian girl just say Jesus Christ? Does that mean you
Not
believe in
Russian,
God?
not a girl.
Oh, there's another Russian girl. Oh.
No, I'm not Russian and I'm not a girl.
Then who are you? So who are you? But you don't sound like a man.
Yeah, I'm non-binary.
What the fuck, nigga? What the?
Don't say N-word, man.
You are none what?
Non-binary.
Bro,
Non-binary.
you're either a male or a
Don't say.
female, bro. Shut the fuck up.
It's alright.
Oh, now you're gonna tell me
It's
who I
alright.
am.
What's
That's
your problem?
interesting.
What's your problem, man? You are no one to say anything about anyone. Just keep quiet.
Shut up, you Indian kid. Shut the fuck
Well,
up.
it doesn't matter. Fine, call me a Russian girl. I don't mind. That's fine. You can continue.
Like,
I
what
mean,
does it
both
mean
are
to be-
factually
to be-
incorrect, but you don't care about facts, it seems. So,
What does it mean to be a non-binary?
it means that I don't find the how do I explain it to somebody who never had this conversation before. That means that whatever it means in society to be a woman or whatever it means in society to be a man don't apply to me, in my opinion.
Post, I got something really, really cool, right? So there's this guy on YouTube. Hold on. He is a biologist. Oh, hold on. I lost the video.
Shit.
Biologist and a science communicator who specializes in evolutionary biology, bioanthropology, and biomedical science. And he actually made a 2-hour video about sex and gender with 350 references.
Oh, I would love to watch that as well. Not gonna lie.
So if you ever want to use this, there you go.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, Folkai. Okay. I'll take it. His takes on veganism are terrible.
I think he is vegan.
No, he's
I've
not.
heard.
No, absolutely not. Chase Avio had a conversation when it was terrible.
Who's a vegan?
Oh,
Me?
hi there.
There's no way, bro.
Someone else, bro.
Someone else,
Bro, if you want a sucky on the mummy TTTT from Macau, then
Yeah, go right ahead.
a big baby
Hey.
baby wants the sucky milky.
If you want to give yourself
Drink the
cardiovascular
milk-
disease because it's
drink
natural.
the
you
milk
think-
cow, kill it, cook it, eat it.
Exactly,
That's
saki
it.
saki.
We're asking if you're into like sucking the titty as an adult.
Yeah.
What gender are you?
Huh?
Yeah, you. What gender are you?
What?
Gender are you?
Why does it matter? Do you want to like take me on a date or something, or?
Are you a male or a female?
Why does it matter? Like,
Male
what
and
do you
female
want
is not a gender.
What do you want? What
That's
do you
sex.
want to do? Like, is it like if I'm a man, do you want to like go out with me or not, or like?
Listen. You're a vegan and you lift weights. I don't lift weights, but I eat meat, and I can beat you in any given fucking fight, bro.
Oh, sounds like something I would pay for to see how Felix destroys you.
Shut up, Putin.
Shut up and do it. Dude, you're invisible online. You're literally
From the
invisible
meat-
online.
From the meat I eat, I already have more muscles than him because I
Whoa.
eat meat.
That's probably called a plaque, right, in your veins. It's not muscle.
Anyways, I think this outlived its what do you say? Productivity. The conversation with an invisible person, unless Pat wants to give it another try. I don't know. I mean, it just seems like nothing would convince you, invisible. Like we can present all the evidence in the world for our claims, and you would still continue to say the same shit, right? Is that true?
Provide an evidence of veganism. Go ahead.
Well, veganism is a philosophy. You can't provide for it. You can provide for the claims that we make as vegans, right? So which claim would you like me to provide evidence for?
I don't know, like, why are you a vegan?
I'm a
Just
vegan
provide a
because
claim.
I'm a vegan because I don't see a morally relevant difference between a chicken and a 2-year-old toddler. Both of them are individuals capable of feeling complex
What
emotions.
the fuck? No, of course not. The 2-year-old kid can talk, and he's a human.
Sure.
But the
Well,
chicken,
yeah.
the
There
chicken
are.
just kill it and eat it.
Would you like me
Alright,
to?
so-
Yeah.
The
Would
chicken,
you like me
the
to?
chicken has an IQ of 3.
All right,
Bro,
so
that's
is your
incorrect.
is your position that like you give moral value to someone if they are able to talk and are part of the species Homo sapiens? Is that your position?
Correct.
All right, so then if we took, a genetic test of the toddler, the toddler could not speak, and then we did the genetic test and the toddler was outside of the species Homo sapiens, would it be okay then to kill them?
No, because the toddler after X amount of years will be able to speak, will be able to walk.
Not
What about
necessarily.
The toddler will do something to change the world.
Not necessarily.
At least a lot of them, except useless vegans.
Well,
But
not
the chicken
necessarily.
won't-
Sorry,
The
Patrick.
chicken will not do shit. The chicken is made to give you eggs and then you eat it. That's it.
So in this hypothetical, the toddler will never like grow up.
Pardon?
So initially, you did not like when I asked you what you give moral value to, you did not substantiate that it's about whether someone's able to grow up and then talk. But if, for example, you found out that the toddler was just is never going to develop mentally and was at that level, and then we did the genetic test, and the toddler was outside of the species Homo sapiens, would it be then okay to unalive the toddler for taste pleasure?
No. Even if the toddler was mentally ill, that does not mean that you go and kill him.
Why not? Because you said that it's not part of the species Homo sapiens. We just did a genetic test.
But why is this dude Felix recording himself? Why is he recording himself?
Sorry, would you like invisible? Would you like to be taken seriously, or would you like us to laugh at you back?
Bro, I'm already laughing at you and your fucking accent.
I'm asking,
Russian.
would you like to be taken seriously?
Whoa.
Would you like to be taken seriously?
Listen, Felix, can we do
I
a
cannot
push-up
hear you.
challenge?
Wait, hold on. Wait, shush, be quiet. I'm gonna say, because you're being really disrespectful, be respectful, or I'm actually gonna kick you for 24 hours from this chat.
And the entire
he's
Discord, right?
contradicting himself. So.
Can we do a push-up challenge? Me and you.
Why? I'm already in the middle of a workout. Why do you...
I have never. No. Wait. I have never ever
as a person towards you, why do you care so much or obsessed about me so much that you want to see how my muscles react?
Because I have never ever lifted weights, and I guarantee that I will do more push-ups than you.
Why do you
Bro.
No.
Firstly,
No.
read the title of the VC. It's vegans are better. We are not here for some kind of fight. So just discuss about veganism.
Because meat give me the power to do more push-ups than you, despite you lift weight, but I don't do that.
Push-ups so much? Why do you care about someone's opinion about you?
To prove that meat makes you stronger, even if you don't lift weights.
I'll take that challenge. You turn on your camera and do push-ups. Let's go.
If you don't
He's
lift weight,
homeless. He doesn't
if
have
you
home.
don't
He's
lift
homeless.
weight, you're not gonna win of a guy that lifts weight.
Yeah. I mean,
doesn't make
invisible.
sense.
I'll
It make
take the
no sense.
challenge. Just turn on your camera and do the push-ups.
No, he's a black. He's a
Okay,
black.
okay,
He's a
okay.
black.
Yeah, turn on
He's a
your
black.
camera.
He couldn't.
Okay.
Post, I also want to.
I will take this
No, no, no.
challenge.
Let's go. Turn on your
Okay,
camera. Come on.
alright.
Yeah, Philip, you start since your camera is already
No,
on.
no, no, no,
Do
no.
as
You
many-
turn on
do
your
as
camera
many
first.
push-ups as
Nah,
possible.
nah, nah. Those are the rules in here. You make the challenge, so you turn on your camera and do the push-ups. And by the way, we know what real push-ups look like, so don't try to do this.
I wanna
like,
see how
moving
many
your-
push-ups he can do, so I can do more.
Your
than
shoulders.
Hold on.
Let's go.
Listen,
Turn
guys,
on your
listen,
camera.
listen,
Come on.
guys. You're talking about nothing. Let Felix do
Yeah,
what
talking
he
shit.
wants. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me just try to see something. I do like to do with some music. Should be.
Let's go. I wanna challenge you. I don't lift weights. You lift weights. Let's see who can do more push-ups.
Man, you're invisible. No one even wants to. No one is able to see you. What's happening? You're invisible.
I still didn't open my camera. I want to see how many push-ups he can do, so I can do more than he can does.
Sorry, you're the one who challenged.
All right, let's go.
so
Let's go.
You go first.
He start. What are you doing, bro? Those are not push-ups.
That as fuck, guys.
Those are not push. What the?
Oh, those are like
He's
next
going
level
to die
push-ups.
now. He's going to die in front of me.
Ah, look at that. Jesus Christ.
That's okay. We just.
Do
Oh,
4
you
push-ups
are
like that.
in
Let's
here.
go. Let's go. Invisible. Let's go. Turn on your camera. Do 4 push-ups. What is it called? The vertical push-ups, isn't it?
You're a girl. You don't have to talk about push-up.
Oh, wait.
Oh, hold on. Are you scared?
Talk about push-up.
Are you scared?
Girls.
Invisible. Turn on your camera. Do
You have
4
you-
vertical
boss,
push-ups.
boss, you have to talk about kitchen, not to talk about gym. You are a girl.
I don't care about this conversation. Invisible, please turn on your camera and do
No, he's
4
not, because he
vertical
knows that-
push-ups. Let's go. Oh my god. Oh no. Invisible was lying. Oh my god, this is so surprising.
Yo, I'm back. I'm sorry if you said something I didn't hear.
Oh, of course you didn't. So Felix just did 4 vertical push-ups, the most
3,
challenging
actually.
push-ups on earth. Turn on your camera
What do you
and do
mean?
4 vertical
wait.
push-ups. Let's go.
I wanna do normal push-ups. I don't
No, no,
lift
no,
weights,
do
he does
vertical
lift weights.
push-ups.
I wanna do normal push-ups. Go on the
Vertical
floor and
push-ups
do
are
as
gonna
many
prove
normal-
your point more. Do
as
vertical
many- Listen,
push-ups.
I made the challenge.
And then you
of
didn't turn
normal
on your
push-ups.
camera and did the challenge, did you? The
Go
fucking pussy.
Go on the floor and do as many push-ups as possible, and I'll guarantee.
It's at this point it's
Fucking
very
pussy.
irrelevant because I'm already worn out from handstand push-ups. It's just but then saying, okay, you've done handstand push-ups, okay, do more squats and then do push-ups, so I can at least do a little bit more than you because you're exhausted as fuck. But I want to get back to the point of veganism.
Yes, please.
This is irrelevant.
Yeah.
No, Post, I did 3, not 4.
Oh, you did 3? Sorry, I saw 4.
I think it's a good example that you can be, healthy and do push-ups, handstand push-ups without supporting the farming of animals, without consuming animal products.
Yep.
I used to do
Have we
4,
got,
but then...
have we got any other non-vegans in here who have got an argument?
Richie seemed to want to talk. Let's go, Richie. Patrick is
I'm just here to listen, but I made a comment about that invisible guy because I don't know where he gets off, but to say that you can do more push-ups than somebody who actually goes to the gym doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
He should be called out for that, but
Listen,
I mean,
just
personally, I'm not a vegan, but I don't really have an argument as to why I'm
You
not.
know
I just eat what my parents give me.
Unknown, can I tell you something really funny? It's like me telling a really buff person like that. I could tell them, "Hey, meat is good for you because I can run faster than this bodybuilder." Like, bro.
Exactly.
No, it's just I'm stronger without lifting weights than you. That's the point.
Well, turn on your
No, you're
camera and
not.
prove it, and do
No, you're not.
overhead push-ups.
I will give him 15 minutes to rest, and then we can challenge on doing as many push-ups.
Sure,
as many
you'll go
normal
first.
Push-ups as possible.
Sure, you'll go first.
Bro, you don't need to do it at the same time. You can just
Fucking
do
coward.
it first, and then he does it. Why are you scared?
No, listen. If he does 20, I want to do 40. So that's why I want him to start.
Can I also say there is a difference between quality and quantity, right?
I guarantee you, I will do the best quality. Despite I did not do push-ups in my life, but I
Nah,
will
I
do
don't
the best
believe you.
quality and better than you and better.
I don't believe you. Prove it. Prove it.
If we're gonna talk about push-ups, could we do decline diamond?
Bro can only do push downs.
Bro, let's go. Do as many normal push-ups as possible, and I'll double the amount that you do.
But
Double
why,
it.
why does it have to be normal? Why can I not make it fancy, like like incline diamond push-ups or something like that?
If you do, listen, just normal push-ups because I have never ever lifted weights. I don't know what does incline mean. I don't know what does diamond push-ups mean.
was saying, yeah,
Just sit on the floor and do as many push-ups as possible, and I will double the amount that you do, on camera. I'll double it.
And no one is taking you seriously now.
You know, listen. If you do 15, I'll do fucking 45.
That's not double, but
That's triple. Bro, just do normal
Look
push-ups.
at him doing it. Shut up,
I don't-
stop
I
flopping
don't
your
have
ears
this
and look at him. Look at him doing decline push-ups. Holy fuck.
I don't have this equipment. I don't know what that means.
You can do the regular ones.
Okay.
Look at that decline fucking push-ups. Holy fuck.
Okay, deal. Okay, deal. So that's 2, let's go.
That's the best quality of push-up you will ever fucking see.
That's 3.
no, it's 4. Now
All
it's
right,
5.
Now it's 5.
All right, 5, let's go. That's it?
That's
I'll do
decline
9
push-up,
X of
dumbass.
that. I will currently do
Yeah.
over 40 push-ups.
Let's go. Show us your face. Let's go.
All right. Okay.
Turn on your camera. Let's go.
Okay. Just a moment. Let me switch to
Yeah,
my
just
phone.
a moment. Yeah, of course. You should have prepared
Let me
for
fucking
this.
switch to my phone. What the hell is wrong with you? 5 push-ups.
Come here,
left.
here and put on a makeup if you're gonna turn the camera.
That's what you can do.
Please
Bro.
put on your
Yeah, by the way,
clothing.
you
Don't
don't
show
have
us your
bumps to open
penis or
it.
something.
No. Like he don't have bumps to open his camera, you know. So yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You
Just
don't
needs
have
to
perms.
fix his makeup a little bit.
Yeah.
Can I do this? Wait, can I do this? Do this fancy thing?
Feli, can you give him perms to turn on his camera for 1 second, or is that not possible?
Why can't I stream into this challenge, bro?
You don't have bumps, man. Be active in VCs. Yeah.
So what do I do? Like, should I send the video?
Yeah.
Just record and post. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, actually, you also can't do that.
Oh shit. Fuck.
No. I will listen. I'll just grab a paper and write anything on it, like gangster or some shit, and then I will record it and send it here.
Just record
let's
yourself
go.
groaning 15 times.
You can give.
No, no.
DM me. Let's
I
go.
will currently do over 40 push-ups,
Sure.
despite me not training once in my life. But
Sure.
how
Let's
do
go.
I send it here?
Record it.
Let's
And
go.
then we're
Let's
gonna
go.
laugh
Have a
at
heart
it.
attack.
I'm bored.
You
I'm
can
bored,
go on
guys. I'm
YouTube.
going.
You can go on YouTube and live stream it.
I will grab a paper and write anything on it to prove my point. But how do I send it
Veganism
here
debunked.
on this channel?
Veganism debunked, for real.
I'm stronger than you because I
Okay.
eat meat despite I have
How
never
about you
ever
go
lifted weights.
away and do the push-ups, and you can DM Felek directly the video of you doing push-ups, and then Felek can stream it in this channel because he's a mod, and we're gonna laugh at you.
Okay,
Let's go.
okay,
Do
okay,
it. Go
okay.
away.
Will he genuinely stream it? Will he be a man of his word
Felix,
and
will
Oh
stream?
my
you be
god,
able
this is
to
so
stream it?
stupid and boring.
Okay, listen. So accept my friend request. Accept my friend request, please.
Who? Me?
Yeah. Because I want to send you.
What are you trying to prove, bro? What are you trying to prove?
I will send him a video of me doing push-ups because I can't share my screen.
You don't have
Why
to.
would anybody want?
You can just send me stuff without like adding me as a friend. Just send
Can
me
I?
in DMs.
Yeah.
I can't. Your message could not be delivered because you don't share the server with the participants. I can't
Why?
do that.
Oh, you personally have only friends enabled. I do not.
Yeah.
So you need to open up. You need to have open DMs for this.
Listen. Accept my friend request. I send you the video, then remove me or block me.
Sure. I can't add you.
Right. In the meantime, post-mortem, we had someone say that their parents gives them animal products. What would you respond to that?
All right, perfect.
Who's that? Let's
Perfect.
go
Yeah.
have a conversation with them.
Listen, give me just 10 minutes. I'll record the video and be back.
Go.
I will do over 40 push-ups. On
wait,
God.
You
By-
repeated
by-
yourself 10 times. Just go away and
by
do
the
it.
name of, I swear, by the name of Jesus, I'll do over
can we-
40
can we-
Yeah,
push-ups.
but all at once. Don't make like breaks,
Hold on.
short breaks between the.
Hold
push-ups.
on. I need to make just a quick statement. When it comes to actual proper push-ups, you actually need to like almost touch your fingers when it comes to a push-up,
Okay.
right? We don't
Okay,
want
I will-
we don't want like halfway reps, like stuff like
Okay.
that. We fully extend
Okay.
and put in.
Okay, I will do over
let's go.
40 proper push-ups. I
Let's
will
go.
do
Yeah,
that
sure.
right
No way,
fucking
man.
now.
No way you're gonna do that.
How long
I will,
is the
I
video
will
gonna be?
do
3
that,
hours?
and I will convert all of you to eating meat. I will do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna
currently.
convert
Just
eating meat if
10
you
minutes.
do 40 push-ups
10
immediately.
minutes.
Too
Okay.
much lip flapping, not enough
And
push-up
after you-
videoing. Yeah.
Yeah, to challenge you, Felix will do 100
What if I
push-ups.
prefer cardio?
Okay.
Felix
So,
gonna do 100 push-ups.
so who's the child who said that the parent give them animal products and that's why they eat animal products? Who's the child here?
I think they might have left.
Okay. Well,
Also,
do we-
I
That's
just
good.
quickly wanted to say, when it comes to exercising, it's about the quality, not the quantity.
Yeah.
That's all.
True.
So, do we have anyone here who's not vegan and has an argument? No, everyone's vegan.
Yeah, sorry.
Hamstrings.
What was that?
Chat.
Chat.
Hey, chat, can I do this chat? Chat, should I drink ketchup, chat? Do a chat.
You need to do
That's
seal
right.
rows now. Actually, don't do that.
Chat, should I commit social?
Jesus Christ. Can everybody stop asking Felix to do stuff?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a joke.
The post-mortem, what would you say to someone that says, you know, I eat animals because it's part of my religion?
I think generally speaking, I'm not aware of any religion that mandates to eat animal products. I would also say all religions also have like allowances to keep slaves. So I would say it's irrelevant if your religion allows you to eat animal products. We now have to examine whether it's moral today in the 21st century. Ooh, Felix is
Yeah,
suffering.
good answer. Has anyone got any objections to that?
I mean, I might have objections to that. I'm not clear what she actually said as an answer.
What do you mean?
Are you saying that based on like some standards you have today, relative to those standards, it
Objection,
might
my
not be
lord.
okay?
Sorry, also interrupted. Can you repeat that, please?
I talked very late.
No, Osho, not you. She asked me to repeat. So yeah. Are you saying that relative to some standards that you have today, it's bad to like do those practices?
What do you mean relative to some standards? What do you mean by that?
What happened?
No, that's what I understood you. You said like in 21st century, like relative to these standards now.
I'm sorry, I still don't understand what you mean by relative to these standards.
So when you say something is good, right? What is that going to be like indexed to?
Well, what do you mean by indexed? I don't understand your language. I'm sorry. Maybe,
okay, so
maybe.
Like, what do you mean when you say something is like? Let's put it this way. What do you mean when you say something is good, or like bad?
Whether or not. Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying now. So I would generally say, depending on context, something is immoral if it violates the rights of individuals, and something can violate the rights of individuals, and depending on context, and still be justified. But generally speaking, if there is no justification to violate the rights of somebody, if there is no good justification, right, to violate the rights of somebody, then we should avoid doing so. I hope that.
That's not actually answering the question, but okay, I mean, that's fine if you don't want to go further.
No. I
I
think I just don't understand the question. It's not that I don't want to go there. I want to go there. That's why I'm here.
You sound too passionate about.
Yeah, I am. I'm passionate in general.
Listen,
Sounds aggressive, but
I'm just
passionate.
asking you about like, keep in mind, right? Like, I'm also like my dad, so this is not about specifically about that. I'm just curious what you mean when you say something is good or bad, right?
Yeah. So when
like
when I consider whether or not something is in the best interest of an individual, that's the context that is maybe like the most amount. No. So Patrick, maybe you can help me out because you know what I mean by this. I just don't know how to say it.
So when you say good or bad, do you mean like moral and immoral? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Like, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. For both of us.
Moral and it's like my preference.
Oh, sorry,
Okay,
Patrick,
so-
you're cutting out.
I don't know what's happening with my internet. Is it okay now?
Now it's clear.
Is it better?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I'm just saying that in terms, like, I'm a subjectivist. Like, even though you can believe that morality is built into the world, but I don't. I think morals are subjective. But I believe that, I've got the preference that individuals should not be harmed, stabbed, for example, enslaved. So when something is bad, it's going against my sort of preferences. And I believe that most people, they share these sort of values, that sentient individuals, so it's just about sort of getting all sentient individuals in the circle of moral consideration. But I believe that most people are sort of, when they think about it enough, they are against things such as stabbings or enslaving individuals, regardless of species.
Okay. So I guess like when you say that it refers to your preferences, do you think that you're like referring to some emotional dispositions?
What you mean, like whether like I feel like emotion from seeing stabbings and stuff like this?
No, you have like when you say that you have attitude, that you see some things as like morally not approvable. Are you saying that you are just disposed, right, to like experience this in some way, like emotionally exposed, like emotionally disposed to experience it in certain way?
So like often when I see many bad things happen, I don't feel too much emotion, to be honest. I just know that it's wrong, just using logic.
So in virtue of what do you know it's wrong? Like when you say like in virtue of some desire, is that desire going to be like, I mean, presumably it's a disposition, right?
So I consider like myself in the position and then like I would not want to be, you know, enslaved or stabbed in the throat.
No, that's fine. But I'm asking, like, you said it's going to be like a preference, so you're referring to something dispositional at the end of the day, right?
What do you mean
So
by
like you're saying you're predisposed to, like, you know, have some certain values, right? And those are going, like, you appeal to these dispositions. You're saying I'm disposed to feel a certain way about these things.
I guess like I'm a determinist.
Hi, guys.
I believe.
Hi.
I'm a determinist. I believe like you're a product of your like what's happened to you. So I don't know, like some people.
I mean,
could be,
determinism. That's
yeah.
fine. Like you don't have to like hold the position that you do in order to be like a determinist or not be determinist.
Zuntus, can you mute yourself
I
for a
think that's,
little
like-
bit because there is a conversation going on. We'll address your points later, okay?
I mean, if he wants to talk about veganism, that's fine. This is probably like
No. Let's
more
continue
like
this.
metaethics.
No. Continue.
Should we come on?
Okay. Can you, Zuntus, can you mute yourself, please, for a little bit?
Help. I can't walk.
Oh no. We killed Felix.
Yeah. So yeah, I was saying like seems like you were giving me like some view, and I wasn't sure like, are you like an emotivist? Are you saying that these small, you know, like statements are not going to have truth value? Like maybe you're saying that moral statements cannot be true or false. They're just going to be like some dispositions that you're like, you know, giving. For example, when you say that you know, like you like ice cream, you don't like ice cream, right? You say like, you know, you can say like boo, rape, hooray, not rape, or something like that, right? But you're not expressing like any, you know, statements that can be true or false. Or maybe you're saying something else. That's what I was curious about.
So
Like,
I believe that moral
you have about
statements.
it.
I believe that moral statement can be true and false, but they're based on like my values. Because like I don't.
That's fine.
Yeah, I don't believe in like there's like stance independent moral facts. So I don't believe that there's morality built into the universe. If
I'm
that
agnostic about that. I mean, I wouldn't like take a strong stance on that.
I mean,
whether there are or there aren't. I wasn't like pushing you to give an argument like against stance independent facts or like in favor of like subjectivist view that you have. I presume you don't really have like an argument for that. It's more going to be that you're using language this way, and I'm just curious, like, what do you mean when you use language this way?
Like for which specific terms exactly you're curious about?
So when you like refer to your desires, right? Are you saying that desire? I mean, you're saying that desires are going to be something dispositional, correct?
So when you say dispositional, what do you mean exactly?
Something that you appeal to when you give like reasons, but cannot be like broken down further in regards to like reasons that are going to be like rational one. Maybe like you can give some causal story, but that's not going to be giving like reasons.
So I guess I can give reasons. For example, sentience. Like I value sentience, and then
that's just going to be a disposition, right? Like on that level. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, for example, you can get some people that don't value sentience, but then I'll just.
I mean, I value sentience, but like I don't know, like I tend to give it like a negative value judgment, right? Not.
So what do you mean by you give it a negative value judgment?
Like I'm a philosophical pessimist. I think like probably nothing should exist. Sentient life is not good to exist in the universe.
Okay, well that's not my position.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like you give it like value judgment, but seems like you're giving it a positive value judgment. You're saying like it should be the case. They should exist. Like sentient life should exist.
So I also value like pleasure as well.
I will put my dog on your arse.
Okay, that's a bannable fucking thing to do. Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, sentience, it can have a range of experiences, and I value not creating suffering, and I value creating pleasure. So I'm not like we should just destroy all life, and
yeah, I mean, listen, I do value like I do think there are like some positive things in life in a sense that, you know, but I take like those things that you call positive, right? Ontologically speaking, don't have positive existence. Because I tend to think that, and I can like provide reasons why, that life is ontologically negatively structured. So I think like what you said, I mean, I could agree with what you just said, but that is compatible with like my position with pessimism.
So are you vegan though?
Yeah.
You are.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I thought you were not vegan. So
I think I said at the beginning that my diet is vegan. If that's what you're asking, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure
No,
if I heard
veganism is
that.
not just about the diet. It's about other stuff as well, right?
Sure. I mean, that's going to be probably like a little bit murky because I'm not sure. Some people told me
You're
that I'm
cold.
vegan, and some people told me that ethically speaking, I don't like think as a vegan all the time. So I don't know.
Like, what did they try to pull you up on? Like, what ethics did they say that you're not vegan on?
Well, I mean, different people have different senses from my experience. So like, maybe you can like explain what you mean when you say that you know, you're a
Hello?
vegan and it's not just about the diet.
Hello? Your ice cold.
Yeah, so like with regards to veganism, it's sort of an ethical principle where you just seek to extend rights to sentient beings in all sorts of
So
areas.
you seek to extend what?
So like the right to not be violated to sentient beings, not just in food, but in all areas, whether it's like clothing, entertainment. So, for example, when you say,
I mean, that's also kind of like a bit vague, to be honest. I mean, I'm fine with that.
yeah. So what bit is like vague for you? Like,
do you think that in order for something to be bad, that there has to be like an experience of that thing, like the deprivation of that thing being experienced by some subject?
I don't really know what you mean by that, to be honest.
Like, think about it this way: if I like hid in your closet, right, and I, you know, like I came from behind and blew your brains out, right? You didn't know, you didn't see me coming, none of that. And let's like just for the sake of argument say that I killed you in an instant, right? In practicality, might not be that feasible, but let's say I killed you in an instant, right? So it was like I came into your room, I hid in a closet, and then I turned the light switch off, and the light switch is like the one of your consciousness. I just like switched off your brain, right? In an instant, right? Like my intuition is that that's not bad for you.
What if you just like turn me off in a second? Okay, well that would not be my sort of intuition.
Why? That was my question. Like, why do you think that that's still going to be bad for you?
Because you didn't have consent to be switched off.
But I take that consent is only going to be relevant if you experience the deprivation or like some consequences of the consent not being there.
No, because you've taken away a choice from somebody else, so the consent of switching somebody off is inherently bad.
But that's just like repeating that you just take it like to be inherently bad. I mean, I don't see why.
Well, so then what's the point of even this thought experiment? Like what
The
practicality?
point is like my intuition, like I don't see it as inherently bad. And he asked me like where we disagree on our intuitions.
No. Well, that's the thing. If you don't see it as inherently bad to do something against somebody's will, then ethically that just...
I don't think it's even meaningful to say like it's, you know, listen, when you say it's against somebody's will, I guess like there is some will that's going to be like frustrated and like experiencing some deprivation, right, of something. And there's going to be like some state of like negative experience. But if I cancel the subject together with all possible experiences, I don't see like there is any frustration of the will or like something that, you know, goes against the will.
Yeah, but your will doesn't extend over somebody else's.
I don't know what you mean by that.
So when you turn off somebody, like in your hypothetical, you switch somebody off, you're saying that your will supersedes somebody else's.
Oh, when you said supersedes, what do you mean?
Like it goes, my bad, I'm sorry, I'm a native English speaker. It goes past, you take, I guess, you place a higher level of importance on your decision-making over somebody else's.
No, I'm saying like whether that's the case or not, I mean, that's not the point. I guess like what I'm saying is that I don't see that being bad for him.
Well, I mean, it's just a negatively like, it's just a bad it leads to so many different consequences. Like that way of thinking, it's just inherently probably not, like if you applied it to real life, not the most beneficial for the most people.
I don't think so. Because like when I say like this is gonna be bad, I said like for him specifically, right? And now like when you bring it into like in the like real life scenario, you're talking about other consciousnesses, right? Like for example, your neighbors, somebody who's gonna see that, police that's gonna come, like the rug that's gonna be ruined, right? Like, but that's not what I'm talking about. That's irrelevant. That's missing the this example was given like in a vacuum, and we're just like assessing this specific kind of like understand. I don't know what you were talking. Let me finish the sentence or two.
Yo, I'm back.
So that's just going to be like assessing whether it's bad for him under my intuition. And I don't see like why it would be bad for him specifically.
Yo.
Oh, he could have future experiences, right?
Yeah, but there's nobody who's going to be deprived of that because I'm canceling you. So like there is no frustration of you not having future experiences.
But like in general, like in terms of the utility generated, you're reducing like possible utility in the universe.
I'm not a utilitarianist, so like I don't think that makes any sense to like have that framework to begin with.
So like you would not think like, first of all, like you're turning him off without their consent, which you don't seem to be bothered about, right?
Listen, I mean, I don't. Consent is only going to be relevant when there is like a negative consequence of that, like not being the case.
So like, would you be okay with, for example, like exploiting someone if they're like asleep and then you don't call, like, you like basically
exploitation already like entails that it's bad for them, but there is no them. I'm
So, like,
canceling the subject.
so
So
say
there
if
is no
the-
like exploitation in a sense that it's like experienced as a bad thing.
But like, if a person is asleep and you like do something to them without them feeling anything, and then you get pleasure out of it, are you okay with that?
Are they going to be deprived of something? Am I going to like harm them, their body, or like them in any way?
They'll never find out about it.
Am I going to harm them in any way?
No, like you.
Okay, so if I do something to them that I'm not going to harm them in any way, right?
So you,
And it
like-
gives me pleasure, then I'm fine with that.
So like, even if it's like sexual.
And if they're like fine psychologically with that, physically I don't harm them, like I'm fine with that.
So even if it's like psychological, like sexual.
Well, you're implying that I'm harming them.
So like, well, what do you mean by harm?
Like psychologically, right, or like physically, I'm doing something that like it's going to be bad for them.
No, they're asleep and they never find out.
Well, I mean, are there going to be any consequences of that for them, like the bad consequences?
No.
Okay, then I'm fine with that. If there are no bad consequences that are going to be experienced ever in that hypothetical, I'm fine with that. That's like saying, can you have like a sexual act without all of the bad consequences that usually come with sexual act? That's like not consensual.
Okay, so if it was possible to like put people.
The whole point of not being like consensual is that there are bad consequences. But if you remove that and you still want to have a meaningful language about consent without like consequences of any kind, like that's just not going to be meaningful.
Okay, so you would think it would be moral to have an like an industry where you like sexually exploit people without them like.
No, but listen, exploit already entails that it's a bad thing.
Okay, so I'll use a different word.
Like using convoluted language, loaded language that has like negative connotation. There is no negative connotation here. You're removing all of the negative connotations.
I'll use a more neutral word. Like, would you be okay with an industry in which you have sex with people when they're asleep without them having like any negative consequences because then don't feel anything?
That would be like saying, would you be okay with having sex with people without any negative consequences whatsoever for them or for you?
Like you're getting benefits from it.
Okay, like okay, that's fine. But I'm saying like that's the question is actually, would you be fine with having sex with people without any negative consequences for them psychologically or physically or for you? And you also like on top of that might have like positive experience. I would be fine with that because that's removing all of the like negative things about sex.
Yeah, but I would not be fine with that.
Why not? Like that's the question. Why not? You removed all of the negative consequences.
Because first of all, you're not getting the consent from the other person because they're asleep.
The only reason why consent is relative is because of the negative consequences.
What?
No, there is also agency.
Sorry, what?
Agency.
I know, but like, what's that supposed to be the answer to? That's just like a noun. So what?
I mean, can I rape you if you're asleep?
No, rape is. Oh my God, you guys are not tracking. Listen,
No,
rape
I
is going to
understand
be a
what you're
negative.
saying, but that's the word, right? It would be like today in our
Listen,
society would be
is rape
considered rape, right?
Is rape something that has negative consequences? Yes
Sure.
or no?
Can I peg you if you're asleep?
Does that have negative consequences? Yes or no?
I don't know. You don't remember it afterwards.
No,
Your
it
bum
doesn't.
hurts,
Like
but
in the
you don't know.
hypothetical that we are postulating, there are no negative consequences whatsoever. So it's not even like fair to call it rape.
Even if you find out later that I pegged you in your sleep?
Rape is something that you usually are going to experience like as a bad thing. There is going to be experience like it's, you know, deprivation of something, you know, like whatever, right? It's a negative kind of state.
Yeah, I wouldn't rationalize it like that, but I guess this is like a utilitarian rationalization, by the way. So your claim that you are not a utilitarian might be misguided.
I'm not a
right?
utilitarian.
Well, that's a utilitarian calculation, though. What you just said, right?
Utilitarians hold a principle. I don't hold to principles. I don't hold to universal principles.
Well, you're talking about like suffering as the moral breaker, like symmetry breaker between what is moral
yeah, you can
and
talk
what
about
is
that
immoral,
without
right?
being a utilitarianist.
I don't know.
And also, my definition of rape is not based on whether it generates suffering or not.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so the point here is that rape has a inbuilt understanding that it's a negative thing, right? The negative is supposed to be that there is like some experiential component to that. Like I don't know what it means to say that something is a negative thing without any experiential components to that.
Well, the rape is like definitionally like violating somebody without consent, so it doesn't even put suffering.
Yeah, violation is experiential, correct?
No.
No.
Not really.
Okay, so you can violate somebody without like any experience whatsoever.
Yeah. That's the
Yeah, that's,
deontological way to
nonsense.
rationalize
that's incoherent.
it.
No, I take like act to be like something that is experiential. Like I don't know what it means to act without like you know, having experience, because having experience is being conscious, like an irrational agent, right? And she said the agency earlier, but she's saying agency has nothing to do with experiential component, which is incoherent.
Why is it incoherent?
Because I take agency to be what it means to have experience.
Well, that's you. I'm not taking agency to be only like through like.
Then
the
you have
negative,
incoherent account of
consequences
agency. If I ask you to like break it down, you would be confused. This is like incoherent gibberish.
Like,
I don't think so. We haven't done that.
I do think so. Like this is easy to prove.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay, let's prove it, right? So, what do you take agency to be constituted of, or constituted by?
What do you mean by constituted? I don't understand your language.
I'm just saying, like, what's going to be constitutive of an agency? When you talk about agency, right? What's going to be on a paradigm level things that are constitutive of agency? Like, let's just do a conceptual analysis.
Okay.
Are you talking about moral agency?
No, agency simpliciter, just like an agent.
Okay, why does it have to be componential?
Okay, this is like just brain dead talk now. I'm not interested anymore. Sorry.
No, I'm asking why. Jesus, I'm asking a question. I'm not saying anything. I'm asking. How it can be brain dead when I'm just asking a question?
You sound like you're too confused, right? Like I just
say
asked you what is going to be constitutive of an agency, and you said what does it have to be constitutive? All I ask you is what are going to be the things, right, that are going to be necessary and sufficient conditions for agency to be the case instead of not, because you do demarcate between agential and non-agential states.
I don't even understand what you're saying. If you're not willing to talk in like human speak, well, how are we going to understand you? And then you call us brain dead when you don't explain yourself properly.
This is how I talk in English when I talk about philosophy. English is not my first language. I read philosophy. I mainly use English for philosophical discussions. So this is what I'm accustomed to. Like I don't even know how to like say it simpler. I mean, I can explain each term simpler, right? If you ask me specific term, but I cannot speak differently.
Well, maybe Pat can talk to you because he's not brain dead.
You didn't ask me my question where like right at the start I asked you, like you said that people say that you're not vegan for certain actions. Like, do you have an example? Like I asked you and you didn't answer me.
I just gave you an example.
Like, what's the example of what you've done which someone said is not
If
vegan?
you cancel the subject together with all of the consequences in an instant, I'm fine with that. And that would entail all humans or all animals. Or like all sentient of any kind.
That's not an answer to my question.
I thought like that's where the breaking point is supposed to be. If you don't think this is a breaking point, then I might be like vegan under like your account.
You're not tracking my question.
Okay, let's see the question. What's the question?
My question was, you said you eat a vegan friendly diet, right? Correct
Is
or
that
not?
a question? That's a yes or no question. Yes. The answer is yes.
And then you said there's some things which you do which other vegans take, like say it's not vegan, right?
Vegan
I
people
didn't
are
say that I
mentally
do.
ill.
No, that's not what I said.
Right, like right at the start, you said I follow vegan friendly
No,
diet.
I've never said that. That's
Vegan
like just
people
you're
are
confused about what I
mentally
said.
fucking
I just
ill.
said that I don't know whether I would be like considered a vegan when it comes to certain hypotheticals, right? Because it seems like there are cases where I might like like give different answers than what you guys take like vegans should be given. And I gave you like an example of what I take hypothetical to be where I would give a different answer. And it seems like actually I was kind of like, corrected because based on my experience, right, vegans usually disagree with this point that I just made.
I don't know.
And I don't know whether like, I mean, I take it that's compatible with veganism, but some people just like think that that's not what vegan ethics is supposed to be.
And with that specific example, like where you're saying, well, with the consent example, right, where you're saying that there's no suffering being generated, like I would not necessarily like call you out for being like not vegan for that, just a hypothetical.
Okay, I mean that's all I was saying. So that's actually the point where some vegans disagree and why they call me like not being a vegan sometimes.
Okay, but like just generally, just to understand, like you don't support any like industries which farm animals?
Of course not.
Okay, and like do you like for entertainment, for clothes? Do you generate demand?
I mean, I usually tend to be informed where I get my clothes, but based on my like, I don't want to go into details, but sometimes I get clothes that I don't really know the origin of. So.
Okay, like, but like you wouldn't buy, for example, just like a new leather jacket, for example.
No.
All right. So yeah, well, what would you take veganism to be, like?
I mean, just giving like animals moral consideration and worth to the extent that you think they should not be like exploited and consumed for like clothes product or like food products and stuff like that. Because if it's not necessary, right, then it should be avoided.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's generally what I think most vegans believe. I know that there's like some differences between different vegans on certain aspects, but just generally that is like the general sort of trend.
Yeah, I think like broadly speaking, generally, yeah, I would be a vegan, but I don't know. Like I just talked with some people and they give me like different answers. So.
Yo, Russian girl. Yo.
We're still waiting for the YouTube link, mate.
I did the push-ups. I swear.
Yeah, put it on YouTube. Put it on
45 proper push-ups. I will put it on YouTube and send you the link. But I want the Russian girl to see them. I grabbed the paper and wrote on it gangster, the word gangster, so you can believe that I did the push-ups.
Excuse me? Are you talking to me, calling me Russian girl after I told you that I'm not Russian and not a girl?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I did the push-ups, girl.
Then I should.
Well, we can call you like soy boy.
Yes,
bitch
please.
then.
Oh my God, I love soy boy. Soy boy is so gender affirming for some reason for me. Please call me soy boy.
There are only two genders.
No, I said
male and
like
female.
him. We can call him soy boy, bitch.
No, but I know, I understand. But I'm asking, please call me soy boy.
How many push-ups can you do, Mr. Soy Boy, bitch?
Wait, you still haven't posted the link. Also, to verify, usually a really good way to verify. So if you send a video of whatever you did, the best thing to do is just write your Discord name and the date of today. That's the best way to verify it. Because I can just find some person on like a Fiverr to do 50 push-ups for me. And...
I will name the video invisible Discord name.
Well,
there you go.
It's not about naming. So when someone, for example, when someone asks me, "Hey Felek, I bet you can't do push-ups," if I wanted to send them a video, I would have a note with today's date on it, right? And show them then the video. But for you, since it doesn't sound like it's still fine, whatever, right? But it would be good to take a picture of your room.
I took a paper and wrote the name gangster on it, the word gangster on it, so you believe
it
me.
it doesn't really verify anything. But
This
you can
is
still
how-
put it on YouTube. I'll check it.
Yeah. This
And
is
that
how
sounds like really
religious people
original.
think that evidence works. If you write it down without providing evidence, visual evidence, then it's true. Can you please provide visual evidence?
Listen,
Can you please provide
if you
visual
wrote down,
evidence?
like,
I will send you the link right now. Just can
Let's
you please
go.
share your screen?
Let's go.
Please?
Yeah,
if
send
you
the
wrote
link.
down
Send
like
the link to
Soy Boy Bitch, I
Felek.
would be convinced.
Send the link to Felek.
Just Felix, just please share your screen. I'll DM you the link.
Watch it. Sure, put it on YouTube.
Well, I want the Russian girl to see it.
I will stream it for people here.
Okay, alright. So it's done uploading. I uploaded it as a short. It's a 1 minute short. Let's go. Just
In
share
1
screen
minute,
and
40
open your DMs,
push-ups already
please.
sounds fucking sus.
This
40
already like
pushes in
sounds
1
sus
minute.
as fuck.
Wow.
45 push-ups. You can't do 10.
In a minute?
Shut up.
In a minute?
In
yeah.
a minute.
The
In a
fucking
minute. You can't
structure
do
is gonna
10.
be shit. The technique is gonna be
can't do
absolutely
10.
shit.
Hold on.
But this, I mean, I'm like, even if this is the case, I doubt that this is actually him. If
Yeah,
this
of
was the
course.
case.
Of course.
I swear to God, it's.
If you
me.
write
I
like Soy
swear
Boy
to God.
Bitch and you do it again, I would buy it.
I
Like I would say,
I already wrote the word gangster, bro. I swear to God.
Yeah, that's so generic. It could be like anybody. Like this could be like some random video.
I swear to God, it's me.
No, I mean, I don't like that. That doesn't mean anything to me. Like if you wrote Soy Boy Bitch on paper and do it again, I would be convinced.
Yeah, same. And could just find like a person who.
You can put it. By the way, you, as in the user, should have the capabilities of putting links in the side channel. I think everyone has the ability to do it.
Oh man, I
I
would
just sent you
love
the
a
link. Just please, share your screen. I just sent you the link on DMs. Just please share your screen. Just please share it so the Russian girl.
Wait, I'm
can
curious. Like, why didn't you speak in the video? Right, you speak here in the VC. Why did you write it down? Why did you just speak in the video?
Hello.
Hello, Moto.
Why didn't you speak in the video?
Who?
The other person, like he wrote down gangsta, but like why would you write gangsta? That's such a generic
look
thing.
at him
Like,
watching the video, bro. Look at him. Look.
Yeah. What
Bro.
about it? Hold on, because it seems
He's
like...
in a sudden, bro.
The
No,
paper.
no, 'cause I'm looking at.
He seems flabbergasted.
Wait, I'm looking at your technique. I said proper push-ups.
Those are proper push-ups. Just
Hold on,
share
hold
your
on,
screen.
hold on. This is the issue is. Hold on, because the
Just
issue
share your
is
screen.
between the push-ups, you're in the air 4 inches off the floor, and you push. So basically, the issue is you do something like this. I can do this really quick as well, which is really like, like proper push-ups.
Yeah, probably.
Bro, I'm fucking
don't
hitting
look
the
out.
floor, bro. My chest is on the floor. Russian girl, open the chat and see the push-ups.
I did. I'm
In
looking
which
at
you
it
can
now.
do,
The
vegans.
form is shit. You don't look out. I'll repeat it again. You don't fucking look out, and I'm not Russian and not a girl.
listen, if you keep like reminding him, he's gonna just keep calling you that in spite, right? But these are not proper push-ups. This is horrible.
Don't worry, I'm not
this is
really
not proper
upset.
push-ups.
Bro, you can't even do that. Why are you calling it?
Wait, I will just demonstrate. Hold on, look. I will demonstrate it once again. And I will literally tell you the issues with the push-up. So,
Bro, literally uploaded on YouTube.
I'm literally just joined this and now I'm eager to see.
He bothered to upload the video with not even doing a proper
To
push-ups.
prove my
It's
point, I
embarrassing.
don't lift weights. But I eat lots of meat. That's why I'm stronger than you all.
And that's why you cannot do a proper push-ups.
Those are proper push-ups. Listen, despite them being proper or not, I can do more
written
than
on
you
the
can
paper.
do, bro.
The
Shut
paper
the
Wait,
fuck
no,
up.
that's not
blank to
true.
me.
the Destroyer. So the
Listen
issue.
here, motherfucker. Listen
the
here,
push-
motherfucker. Just because you eat meat all day doesn't mean you're fucking stronger. Doesn't fucking
Yes,
mean.
it does.
means you get
Yes, it
fat
does.
and shit.
Yes, it does.
No,
I just proved it.
fucking
Yes, it
mean
does.
that.
I
Wait,
just sent a
That's
video
not how
and
the
proved
body
it.
works.
Stop. I wanna stop for just 1 second because the statement I said, the statement that I said that is show me 40 of your push-ups in a proper technique, and the issue with the video that I have, it's when you go do a push-up, you do this, which is halfway through. You need to literally almost touch the floor, right?
Bro, touch the floor. Look at it.
Then you
I
go
did.
all the way, and then you go all the way to the top. But what I saw was this.
I did that, bro. No, I did touch the floor.
No, you
Look, I'm
didn't.
holding
You
a paper in
didn't.
my hand.
No,
I
no.
did, bro.
Most of the push-ups you did are not proper.
Bro,
More than half are not even proper.
Can I
look at the
demonstrate a
video.
proper-
I did touch the floor.
Wait, can I demonstrate a proper push-up? So we go all the way to the bottom, and then all the way out. So we
I
are
did go all the way to the bottom, bro. Just watch the video, bro. No
Anybody
way.
watch the video is
reason
gonna
you
see
should
that
go
you're
to the
lying, and
bottom is
he
if you wanna
most of
get a
the
better
push-ups he
stretch.
did. Yeah, most of the push-ups he did are not proper.
Can I just
Yeah, but if you want to go all the way to the bottom, that's to get a better stretch. You don't have to touch the floor to reach to get more muscles. You don't have to fucking do that.
Real quick, before everyone joined, we talked about the technique, which is all the way out, down, all the way up.
Yeah, but I did go all the way in. Just watch the video. Watched it
Can
10
you tell me
times,
at
bro.
which point? Hold on. Can you tell me at which point within the video you're fully extended out with your arms when doing the push-up?
Bro, you said you need to barely touch the ground. You didn't say extend out fully.
Well, I said that's a proper technique of a push-up.
You know what? Just do a half ass out push-ups for 40.
Well, not really. Hold on. When he says proper,
and I will shut up. Just do a half.
when he says
great
proper
push-ups.
technique, actually, that is very incorrect. Very incorrect. That's the way scientists do it now, all the way to the bottom. Look at militaries.
All right,
Look at
all right.
Spartans.
Listen,
Look at all those fucking people. They don't go all the way to the bottom.
Okay. So, can you do those push-ups despite the techniques? Do them in a worse technique than me. Yeah, despite the technique. Can you do 45? You can't. You can't. I don't lift weights. You do lift weights, and I can do more than you, despite you being a vegan, bro. Just stop it.
So look at the way we do the push-ups. Hold on.
Yeah.
I know it. You know it, bro. Meat makes me stronger. That's
I can do
why
100 push-ups right now with absolutely shit form.
Just open the chat and look at my technique.
I did. It's terrible. You don't lock
No, you
out.
can't.
For the 10,000th time, you don't lock out. It's a terrible technique. Jesus
All right,
Christ.
so look out
For a
and
push-up,
and
if
do
you want to
100
have
push-ups.
hold on, if
Yeah.
you want to have an extraordinary technique for push-ups, it doesn't matter if you're vegan or not. It doesn't improve your strength and it doesn't disrupt it.
Yes,
it's
it
how
does.
you.
Yes,
it's,
it does.
It doesn't.
Yes, it
no.
does.
It is how you train your body. That is how you do it. You can have both protein from non-meat and other things that are meat. It doesn't matter. It is how you train your body. What resources you're getting. You can get it both from vegan things and non-vegan things. It doesn't matter. It is how you build your body. You have people that are stronger than you, probably that are vegan. People that are weaker than you that are vegan because they don't train. I don't
Bro,
train. I'm not
I
a
don't
vegan.
Listen,
But
listen.
it is the thing that
Listen,
it doesn't
the debate,
matter.
The
It is
debate
how, no,
is
listen, hold on.
with me
Don't
and
interrupt.
this guy.
It is how you
He trains
train
and
your
eats
body.
vegan. I don't train and eats meat, and I do more.
No,
than
but like, look, I do personal training myself. I don't do it for a long time, but I have seen how you need to do a push-up. You have to have your back arched a little bit. The best way to do it is
Why did you delete the video?
actual handlebars. You have two handlebars and you go down completely. Then you go back up completely. Yes, that is what you need. And for you to do a proper, you need to like go lower almost, or completely flat.
Wait, Invisible,
What
why
you're
did you
doing is
delete the
you're
video? Hold on.
barely chin
Why
up
did you
from the
delete the
ground.
video? Hold on. Why did you delete the video? Impossible.
Because I don't want everyone to see it. I just want to prove my point.
Yeah. So you deleted the video. Luckily, I still have it open. But if I try to go to another browser for it, because I want to see when it was published, because you can't see it in shorts anymore. So can you please bring it back? Can you open it back? Can you upload it again?
Listen, you said you can do 100 push-ups with proper form. Didn't you say that, Russian girl? All right, do it. Let's go.
No.
Do it. Let's go.
I said the opposite, you motherfucker. I said I can do 100 push-ups right now, but it's gonna be absolutely shit form, and it's not gonna
All right,
be.
go on.
It's
Go on.
not.
All right, let's go.
What
Let's
do you
go.
mean
Let's
go
go.
on?
Do them. Let's go.
I'm making
Let's
the
go.
point that I'm not strong enough to compete with Felek. I can do 100 push-ups at the number, but it's gonna be in shit form, so it's not gonna be comparable to 4 amazing push-ups by Felek. Because
I
it's
need to
shit
just-
form.
I need to just say something. I think Ryan can agree on it. I don't have experience when it comes to like exercise science and stuff like that, but it's about the quality of your workouts, not the quantity.
Yes.
So if we do truly care about 1,000 push-ups, why, if the quality of them is up the shit, you know?
You're gonna fuck your back up instead. That's not what you want.
Yeah.
You know, just please, Philip, can you delete the message that you sent my link with?
Can
please?
you upload the video again?
No, I can't. Sorry.
Oh,
Just,
coward.
just please, Philip, out of
Coward.
respect, delete
Ryan,
the
because
message, please.
Because I do care about people, I'll delete it for you. But at least look, I'm a vegan. Post is a vegan. Ryan is a non-vegan. So let him talk to you a little bit more about the sports science.
Yes.
So we're not biased.
So what I want to say is that it doesn't matter if you're vegan or not. There's ways to get protein even if you don't eat meat, or if you get carbs from not eating meat. It's not the way you eat. You can be a vegan and be ripped. You can be a non-vegan and be very skinny.
Listen.
No. You don't know how the
But
fucking
that's
body
not
works.
my
That's clear.
point.
No, listen.
That is not my point.
Listen.
Alright,
Your
alright,
strength. Your strength is also genetical. Most males are stronger than women, even if they're vegan or not, because of a genetical
Women
thing.
are weak, correct. Women
Listen,
are weak.
they can be strong too. They can be stronger than you. There are probably
No,
women
they
that are
can't.
stronger than
No,
you
they
and stronger
can't.
than me.
No.
The thing with this,
Stronger
no,
than
you're
you, yes,
delusional.
but
You're
not stronger
delusional.
than
You're not
me.
listening. The thing is that it all depends on how you train yourself, how you're built, how you want to be built, and what you want to be it for. For example, I've seen dudes like Felix, they don't, like, he looks pretty good. He doesn't have the best looking physique, but he can be strong as fuck. It is how you train your muscles. You have people, they look skinny,
He doesn't
but they
look strong at
very
all,
strong.
bro. He doesn't
No,
look
listen,
strong,
but
bro.
that is what I'm trying to say. You have
Look
people,
how Andrew Tate
That's
looks.
the point, you
I
dumb
don't care
fuck.
about
Shut
that.
up
You
and
have
listen.
people that look. You have people that look skinny, but they're very strong. You have people that
Yeah.
look strong, but
Like
they're
me,
very
yeah.
weak. The
That's
thing with that is,
true,
it
that's
all
like you.
depends on how you are training your muscles. And I'm trying to say to you that you don't know shit about how to train your muscles because you don't know what the fuck it means how to do it.
Wait, Ryan.
That's true. I'm skinny and strong.
Just
People
quickly on
think
top
I'm
of Ryan's point, you don't really see a lot of skinny or ripped strongmen because it doesn't work for their kind of sport that they do. They need to have all of that muscle to actually pick up stuff.
I don't eat meat and I do more push-ups than all of you.
Wait, did you? Okay, I have one
You
question.
guys
for you.
train. It's like I talking don't to a train.
rock.
Wait. Hold on. Invisible. I have a question just for you. Just one simple question. What did Ryan just say to you?
What did who?
Ryan just told you.
He said that you can look strong but be weak, or you can look weak but be strong.
Ryan, opinion?
Yes, that is what I said. I also said something before that. Do you remember what that was?
No.
You said you can be skinny but strong.
I said what I said before that. That was what it started with. If you're vegan or not, doesn't matter. So
Yes,
the
it
thing with
does.
it is, no.
Listen.
Hold on, let me finish. No, let me finish.
Bro,
You're not
I've
wanting to
listened
listen.
to you for the
No, you're
past
not.
8
Listen.
minutes, bro.
Look, I am.
Alright, go on.
I'm,
Go on.
As I said, I'm not a vegan. I eat meat too. I don't like that's the thing. I'm not vegan. I eat meat because like most people do. The thing with it is that even people that do eat meat, they can be weak as shit. It doesn't matter. You can have protein no matter what you eat. It all depends on what you're trying to do. You have vegan food that have a lot of protein. What do you need to train? You need carbs, protein, and you need quality. You can have it from both sides, meat or not. That's the thing. And the strong part, that is on your body. It is your geneticals thing. It is how you train your body. It is who you are. It's not of what you consume. Most of that is mostly on how you train on what you consume. If you get enough protein, doesn't matter if it's vegan or not, you can get enough muscle. If you get enough carbs, you can gain enough weight, which you can from vegan food, but you can also from non-vegan food. Is it that hard to understand?
Okay, so can I just right now say my point?
Yeah, what is your point?
All right. So my point is, or all the debate was about Philip. He trains a lot, but he eats vegan. I don't train. I don't touch weights, but I eat meat, and I can do more push-ups than him. Why is that?
Then that is genetical. Look, for me, I myself, before I even started training, I could deadlift 130 kilograms. The average is 70? But the thing is that not only is your strength dependent on your training, it is on your genetics as well. If your dad was born a fucking muscle man, you will possibly be too. Maybe he didn't. That is why he couldn't.
Wait, I'm not saying I can't. I'm just saying I do my workouts are about the quality of workouts, not the quantity.
Like, so when I do push-ups, I used to be able to do 25. It's just I changed my push-ups to such a variety that I want to get to at least 12 with a really difficult push-up. Like my legs on a sofa, and then I go really low, you know? So it's about the quality of my workouts, not about the quantity. I don't care about hitting 50, 60, 100 push-ups. Like that's just a waste of time for me. For me, it's about stimulating the muscles. That's all.
That's two. You don't need to do push-ups as fast and as much as possible as long as they are in a good shape.
Yeah.
Like if you have a good form, a good shape, you need to. That's the thing. A workout needs to be slow too. If you do push-ups as fast as you did, Invincible, they're going to be worthless. It's only draining your energy. You need to do
Can
them
you do
slow,
them?
steady.
Can
Yeah,
you?
I can.
Can you do?
I can.
No, you can't.
Oh, I can do 40 push-ups like the way you did.
Slow,
Absolutely.
steady. You
All
need
right,
two
do them.
handles.
Do
You need
them.
a seg.
Do them, Russian girl. Do them.
Okay.
Bro,
Do them, Russian girl. All right, let's go.
It's been an
Open
hour.
your camera and do them.
Invisible. It's been an hour and you're still talking about push-ups. And the vegans are better too.
Just to prove my point is that meat makes me stronger despite not training. And
That
I
is
did.
not how it works. That's
Oh my.
Real
Do you have
quick,
any proof
Yes,
of
it
that?
did.
Do you have any proof? Do you have any? Have you done
I
research?
just sent it
Any
and
No, hold
I
on.
deleted
Grat,
it.
hey, Invisible. If you have, for example, you have two people. One is vegan and one is not. One has a genetical thing where they're way stronger than the other, and the other one that doesn't. The one that eats meat is genetically weaker. Doesn't matter what they eat, as long as they get the same protein, same carbs, same everything. But the other one is
it's
vegan and the other
also-
one isn't. If they
Also
both,
about
no, hold on. If they grow up, the one that is vegan but has a better genetical background because their parents have stronger genetical things, but he's vegan, he's going to be stronger than the one that ate meat because they have the same intake, protein, carbs, everything, but his genetical growth mutation is more on his muscle than the other person has. It's mostly genetics. If you don't, it's also, food. But the thing is that you can have protein, carbs with vegan food too. That's what you don't realize. You don't need to have meat to have protein and carbs and all of that. No, you can have vegan food too that produces that. It'll give you the same thing. And it's what you do with that food, what is in your body, that makes you strong, or what your body does with it itself.
I think it's probably easier to gain muscle not eating a vegan diet, right? But
I want to say something in relation to this exact point. There is an actual amazing study. I'm not sure how many participants, but they split them to non-vegan and vegan diets for muscle growth just to see which one is better. There is no significant difference when it comes to the outcome. So if both of the parties eat 120 grams of protein, or depending on how much they need, they're going to have the same results.
It's about also
Protein
body
is protein.
activity. It's about activity. Even if you work in office and sitting all day, you'll never have strength. It depends on your work and your activity daily. That's even affect your strength also.
So while all of us are here, I want to ask all of you guys about the ethical implications of veganism. Do anyone want to talk about it?
I do have a question about that, and I guess my question is.
I'll let you
why-
answer. I'll let you answer.
Okay, my question is where does? Because I agree. I think veganism is probably the most ethical thing when it comes to environment, when it comes to minimizing exploitation. But I guess where do we draw the line on exploitation? What makes animal exploitation any different than human exploitation? How the stuff that we get, the computers that we have, the cars that we drive, exploiting the third world for our first world comforts. I guess that's just my question. And I guess the even to be a better advocate for veganism, where do we draw our moral line?
Poist?
Oh, sorry, I'm doing bad push-ups, 40 bad push-ups. I'll upload the video in a minute.
But did you hear the question? Boys, did you hear the question?
No.
Or foolproof?
I haven't.
Wait, is foolproof here? No? Okay. Boys, I'll quickly ask the question for you in relation to... where do you draw the line in terms of exploitation?
As much as possible, 0. If I can not exploit somebody, then I should.
For sure, but I guess like, how do we round the circle for? Because I'm guessing we all, for the most, not everybody in here.
Yeah.
But if you do live in like Western society,
Yeah.
most of our comfort is based off the backs of exploiting South America, Africa, Asian countries, right?
Yeah.
We export our forms of capitalism to other places. So how can we truly, I guess, like, is the moral consideration for, I guess, animals different than the moral consideration for the comforts that we get when it comes to people?
Yeah, sure. So that's the question stands. My answer stands. When you can not exploit animals and people, you should.
Russian girl, go ahead and do 100 push-ups with shit form. I don't care about your form.
I'm doing.
Do 100
Well,
push-ups.
you don't care, but other people care. I was asked to continue to do this. I will do.
I don't care.
I will do shit push-ups just to show you that I can do 40 push-ups.
Let's not talk about push-ups. If you want to talk about it, the channel.
Yeah, I feel like this is getting weird.
Yeah.
We should make a separate channel for this dude. It's called Push-Ups.
Yeah.
Nah, this is like, we don't kink shame in here, I hope, but like you dragging
like,
it.
I don't know.
As a
I don't know
moderator,
if he understands what it means having the same resources and being the same resources. It doesn't matter where it's from. It's not that hard to understand.
but just real quick, as a moderator, let's move past the point. Let's actually talk about the actual.
Yeah, because you know, like,
cool.
You know, thinking about somebody who's from the U.S., we export a lot of suffering around the world. Right? How I get to work every day is based off of driving a car. Even me talking to you, I'm on my phone, so there's exploitation in me even having this phone, right? So I guess, again, like, yeah, we can say it's good not to exploit, but even right now, there's a level of exploitation that we're all engaging in.
Can you guys hear me?
And I wish I could be vegan. It's just, you know, I can't give up fruit snacks, you know. I like that gelatin and the fruit snacks. I wish I could, but they're just too good. But I could probably give up meat. It's, you know, whatever.
Got vegan fruit snacks. You're good.
So when we say exploitation, what we're talking about is we need to be clear on what exploitation means. So what I mean is by like a rights violation, and sort of the industries which you're saying, like, I agree there's like lots of bad stuff happening with regards to, you know, worker conditions, but like with regards to worker conditions, you also have to consider the counterfactual, where like, you know, if you buy a phone, like workers are in bad conditions, but they could also be in bad conditions if they don't work. Whereas in the case with the non-human animals, they're actually, like, we know that this does not need to be done. So like when there's a clear case of human slavery, I don't try and like buy these products when I can.
My bad to interrupt, but I don't think it's like so. For example, I would say there's a threat of violence on me living in the States for if I don't work, then I'm homeless. It's coercive, right? There's a coercive force that's exploiting me for the fruits of my labor.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like, can we really? And this is not even like an against vegan, you know, being a vegan. I think people who can do it, I think it's amazing. But like, for example, I used to be a teacher, right? I taught in a inner city school, and a lot of times, a lot of kids, their like diets, which again, I feel like they're coerced into this, are based on like what region they live in, what's the zip code they live in, you know, how much money that their parents can generate to buy them actual like vegan food. I guess I'm just wondering, like, is it really is it more of the killing of an animal, or is it the systems that we have in that like hyper produced food at an unethical way that affects the environment, affects like, you know, people, you know,
Yes.
those type of things. Because you could make an argument that like the Dole Banana Company hired paramilitary forces to disrupt South American countries, right? We wouldn't say like, is it the system or is it like the action of eating meat?
When you pay for animal products, you know 100% sure there was, you know, someone exploited for those animal products. Whereas with the other cases, you're giving us a little bit less clear cut. So, like, if there's like complete like clear evidence that human rights were violated, or like buying these products will generate further rights violations. So yeah, with animal products, when you buy these products, you generate further demand for exploitation. So.
Now it's gonna.
Yeah, but like I said, like when it comes to I guess the forms of capitalism, how we even get our vegetables and our fruits, a lot of it is probably off of backs of like exploitation because of like hyper capitalism. Like, and I guess this is like a nuanced conversation, right? But I guess like, is it really the action of eating meat that's the exploitative force or the unethical force?
So I didn't really get your point about, you said something about exploitation with regards to growing fruits and vegetables.
Yeah, absolutely. Like so for example, like what's his name? Bill Clinton at one point in time exploited the production of rice in Haiti, right? Or another time in US history, again, we went to, I want to say it was like Nicaragua or some South or Central American country. And we installed a paramilitary force to, you know, topple that government from going like, you know, socialist or communist, so we could exploit that country's resources. Like,
yes,
in the sense that we are in, it, even like, I guess the vegan argument is like, not vegan argument, but like, even being a vegan, there's a level of exploitation that we all engage in.
You're probably using exploitation in a different way to what veganism is against. Veganism, when we say exploitation, we're talking about the enslavement, like the violation of sentient beings. So when you said like exploitation of rice fields, like rice is not sentient, rice is not a sentient being.
But the people who pick it, the forces that generate it are, and they oftentimes are exploited because there's a force of unequal power.
Keep in mind that the difference is when it comes to animals, we want those animals to be oppressed, right? We want to do that because that's the intent of having meat. That's the only way of getting meat is by oppressing individuals. When it comes to rights, if we do know that it comes from, hold on, I literally gotta kick this person because I told them to. So yeah, when it comes to rights and stuff like that, if we demonstrate that it has to cause suffering to human beings, then we just don't buy it, and vegans would be for that. Like if there was a company that has to harm individuals, like Nestle is an amazing example.
Yeah, terrible place. Yeah, terrible company.
Vegans shouldn't pay for it. That's it.
Yeah.
Right? Because we know that Nestle is a huge, horrible business that exploits individuals, and we already have so many alternatives. Like if you want cocoa powder, you can get it from another source. Because we know that Nestle is the worst place to get it from.
And I agree with that. And I think everybody in here who who's advocating for being a vegan, I think you're 100% spot on, right? I just wanted to know, just for myself, how we like, and this is a lot better for me to understand of you defining like the idea of exploitation and what it means to you, because I never knew that when it came to being a vegan, like how you define exploitation.
Well, it's just minimizing suffering of sentient beings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it is practical and possible, because we're not telling you to literally like cut off everything.
Yeah, because I always say like everybody, like if I have a chicken farm, which I'm not about to do that and clean up a bunch of bird poop. It's not for me. But if I had a chicken farm, probably like on a low scale, would I be as harmful as Purdue, right? Everybody's consumption under, I guess, capitalism, is it the same? Like, do we hold the same moral weight as like Purdue and
But
me?
this is where the ethics kind of kick in. Sure, you can have a
Yeah.
more quote unquote ethical farm.
Well, hold on,
but the
guys.
same way you're talking about I said quote unquote because I would not elaborate.
Sorry, can I intervene in something? So Invisible now claims I posted me doing 45 push-ups. Invisible now claims that his push-ups were better than mine.
Oh,
it's too much. Let's stop with the push-up conversation. If you want to complain, you can do it in the chat, but it's fine. It doesn't really matter. So I just want to say, when it comes to more quote unquote ethical farming, we kind of have to look at from the victim's perspective, right? Is there a more ethical enslavement? Sure, but it's already
no. I don't.
It's
Yeah.
not ethical,
No.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure, you can have a more ethical
Yeah, we can have more forms of like co-ops or having more people have voices within the organizations that they work with to minimize the
it would never be
amount of exploitation.
It would never be ethical. Yeah, so that's the same when it comes to vegans viewing farming. Sure, you can have more ethical practices, but the farming as itself, it's not ethical.
Yeah, because okay, we're monopolizing property to generate revenue. Yeah, no, I fully get that, and that's all I really wanted to know the distinction. Because I guess I've never really had a conversation with a vegan about this, who I guess explained it in the way that you did.
Sure.
So I appreciate it, and I'm not going to talk about push-ups.
No. I can give you some resources in relation to this.
Oh, for sure. I think that's another thing. Maybe the push-up guy doesn't like to read or whatever. So sometimes you just gotta cut it off. You can't win on everything, right?
There you go. There's a lot of links which have a lot of documentaries, TED Talks, recipes, and such. So you can pick your poison and choose what you want from those resources.
Gotcha. Is there a because I remember I tried to do vegan for a second, and I think I wasn't balancing the right, my macros were off.
Cool.
So if you have any type of resources,
yes,
because at the very least I think it's
I have an amazing one for you, and I'm not sure if we have our friend over here, Ryan. No, he's not here, or whoever he was.
He left.
No, he left.
Because I wish we could just even when we're presenting the case of going vegan, being hey, why don't we start with reducing it a bit and seeing how that feels for you, and reducing it start with 2 or 3 days, and then if you can 4 or 5.
Plus, I have an amazing question for you, right?
Go ahead.
If I had a slave farm, would you tell me you should release at least 1 slave a week, or should I release all of them at once? Right?
Listen, as a person who lives in America, as a Black person, I fully get that. But I think it's in those extreme cases, I wish we could, because again, it's also about resources, right? Sure. And a lot of kids who I taught, I mean, it's really even sad. A lot of students I taught, they even said they don't like vegetables, and it's probably because they haven't been exposed.
Or maybe because the mom got frozen vegetables, threw them in the microwave, and that's the experience of vegetables.
For sure. And listen, America probably won't be vegan because we got RFK in the building now. So all I ask for everybody in the chat just to pray for us.
Well, and also educate. I think this is really, really important that we as individuals have so much resources for that. So that's
I worked on an urban farm. I taught elementary school, and I worked on an urban farm where a lot of the food that we grew was donated to a food bank. But what they also did was educate on show kids where the food comes from, different ways how to grow it, how to eat it, and it was empowering because you're giving people education to have more agency in their life.
But I think the only thing that they don't really show is the slaughterhouses.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even just from a a self-preservation thing, right? Slaughterhouses create wild greenhouse gases, which is probably gonna cause more harm than just eating vegetables.
One issue I have when it comes to education is telling children, yeah, they just go into this nice little place and they die naturally or whatever. It's just not really.
No, I feel that. I think one thing about education, at least in the U.S., we've relinquished the experts to just anybody who reads some crazy article on,
I get
TikTok or something.
Yeah. But no,
I think minus some of the off ramps in this Discord, I think I really do hope that you can change more people's minds to going vegan, because I think, like I said, just even for like self-preservation, it's probably the best way possible.
It's not only that, but also making vegans. It's a huge thing, because there's one thing to talk about it, and the other thing is to actually do it. Because when you do it,
direct action.
Yeah. Just real quick, in your DMs, I've posted Chronometer, amazing app for tracking your nutrition, your vitamins, your minerals, and such. And it shows you like a graph of how much of what you've achieved in a day when you eat stuff. It's really a good tool.
Got you. I think another, I was way younger when I did the vegan thing, and I also wanted to drink, and I feel like I would get way drunker, which makes it save me money, So maybe I gotta go back. Maybe I have to go back.
Oh, you can still drink while vegan,
Yeah, for sure. It's just I feel like the alcohol hit different. I don't know why. It just feels like, and maybe it's because I didn't get enough carbs.
Maybe.
Yeah.
If you don't eat enough in a day, that's definitely gonna hit you a lot. The alcohol.
For sure. So yeah, keep advocating, and I hope you don't get any more people like. And I won't. I'm not to even disparage the push-ups. I think they look like more so like prison push-ups, but no, time under tension. It's a real thing, right? It's a real thing, but it's not like.
But no, we
not that I've ever been to prison, but I just watch.
We do a lot of these educational conversations, and we even let non-vegans talk to non-vegans, because some people just want to show hey, I'm more educated because I do these things. Let's talk about it. So there is also unbiased perspective.
And I think I just needed to understand what everybody's idea of what exploitation looks like, how we define it, and then from there,
plus something amazing for you.
It's easier to understand where you're coming from.
I got something amazing for you, Plus, because you sound like you actually would love to learn a little bit more from the vegan's perspective. In the vegan resources, in terms speeches section, you have best speech you'll ever hear by Gary Rofsky. It's 2 hours, and they are amazing 2 hours of listening.
Bet. Because, like I said, I remember one time I talked to somebody who was vegan, and again, the way you're talking about it is not adversarial, and I think sometimes people get turned off by the adversarial, but this definitely I'll go look at the resources, and I do really want to learn more, because I think number one killer of black men in the U.S. is high blood pressure, and I know that changing my diet again, even from just a selfish reason, would probably be just the best, right?
As long as you don't harm animals, everyone's happy.
Yeah. I just the only animal I harm is my own self esteem.
No, I can't live without meat. I'm sorry.
If you have any questions, just real quick, if you have any health questions post-mortem, it's pretty good with studies and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah. So, ask the question, please.
My quick question. I have a quick question for Poist. In terms of vegan diets, I'll role play. I'm a non-vegan, and I'm thinking about vegan diet because I have high blood pressure. Is that going to help me?
I wish Patrick. Yeah, I wish Patrick was here. But generally speaking, yes, vegans have lower blood pressure than people who eat animal inclusive diet, I guess.
It depends on the cholesterol. It's not specific. If your cholesterol is high, you will have a blood pressure.
Hold on, I still want to roleplay. Poist, that's interesting, but why is that the case? Could you tell me more about this?
Actually, no, I can't. I wish Patrick was here. They are... No, seriously, I don't want to say something that I'm not sure of.
It's about the fat.
It's just, I just know the health outcome. I know that like vegans have lower or closer to normal blood pressure than people who eat animals. I can't give you the mechanism. I'm sorry. I don't want to say something I don't know. Or I'm not sure of, right? So.
But yeah, just real quick. Plus, do you have any questions? Because I want to move to Black Cat. Black Cat's an assistant.
Oh yeah, no. I think very sufficient with your breakdown. I appreciate it. I'm probably gonna listen to what the homie Black Cat has to say, and then I'll probably go back to paying bills and doing work.
Yeah. Good on you. Yeah.
Black Cat, you made a comment, and we would like to say something about it.
Yeah, I said it's about the cholesterol. If you eat a lot of meat, like crazy, you will have a high pressure blood. That's not.
I think it was a statement before that, right? You said you really, really want to eat meat, right? When it comes to cholesterol, that's a different conversation, but I want to keep it to ethics a little bit.
Yeah, I can't be vegan, whatever it takes.
Oh, Poist, would you like to?
Sure. Why can't you be vegan?
Because I have anemia, if you know that.
Yeah, of course.
My body misses a lot of.
Yeah. Can I tell you like a personal anecdote?
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
I used to have anemia before I went vegan, and now I don't. Would you like to know how?
It's different between person and person. If you
I don't think it is because
No.
the thing that I'm gonna listen. The thing that I'm gonna tell you to do, right? It's universal. It's like scientifically proven to work in everybody. Would you like me to tell you how?
Okay. Yeah.
So I actually have like a disorder that if I have like low ferritin, then I don't sleep well. And before I went vegan, I also had like anemia. It wasn't like the strongest anemia, but it was pretty persistent. I couldn't donate blood. I had low hemoglobin even. So I just started taking a supplement. So the supplement that I take, first of all, I take a multi in which there are like, I think 10 grams of iron. But because I need more, I also sometimes take the 30-gram supplement, vegan supplement, with vitamin C added to it, which improves absorption. And as a menstruating person, and somebody who has like a disorder, a sleeping disorder that has to do with like low ferritin, it's not a problem anymore. I'm neither anemic, nor does this disorder persist anymore. So.
I think it's also genetic because all my family members have the same thing.
But you should take a supplement then, especially if you take like the vegan iron supplement, not the heme iron. And like there are supplements now that you can buy that also have like some amount of vitamin C in it. Vitamin C improves the absorption of iron. Right, but also if you can take as somebody who I can assume is not menstruating, right? You can take like 20 milligrams with some vitamin C, so 20 milligrams of iron. If that doesn't improve your anemia, you take 25, and then you take 30, and that's universal. At some point, you are not going to have anemia anymore, and I would suggest that for your family as well.
Also, sports can help with that because when I start sport for a long time, it can more or less. I feel more or less like.
Well, feelings are
You know,
great,
you know
but I
the
don't
effect.
understand what sports do to iron absorption, generally speaking. So anemia, persistent anemia, or sickle celiac anemia, however it's called, it's generally speaking about the absorption of iron, right? Sometimes you can eat huge amounts of iron and it still doesn't absorb in your body, right? So taking a supplement is the best, the safest way to take a lot of iron, right, in increasing amounts if needed, without all the downstream consequences of heme iron being connected to all kinds of stuff, and the things that have heme iron in them connected to deleterious health outcomes to humans. So taking a supplement is the best, safest way to cure anemia.
Post.
Yeah.
Did you tell them about things that they can use, like specific pans or utensils which have like iron?
Oh, I don't know anything about that. I wouldn't even take the chance on that. I would just take a supplement, I think. Again, the best, the safest way to do it is take a supplement.
That's true.
Especially if you have
I didn't
anemia.
try.
Sorry?
I said that's true, but I didn't try it before. I will.
Yeah. So again, I think I have it open somewhere on iHerb. So you basically, because you don't menstruate, I think starting with like 20 grams of iron with some vitamin C in there would be like really good. But also like, I'm just a person online. Please go to a nutritionist and ask them what kind of supplement would be best for your needs, right?
I think I have. Wait a second.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, not a nutritionist. I'm sorry, registered dietitian. Don't go to a nutritionist.
Yeah.
They don't have enough knowledge.
Yeah.
Go to a dietitian. There is another thing that I must say about the difference between heme iron and iron. I don't know. I think I can make the claim that you can buy now the highest amount of plant iron, and it's not going to be deleterious to you because our body knows how to like absorb like an amount of iron, and when it's non-heme iron, it can tell it to stop before it becomes deleterious, right? In case of heme iron, our body it just like bypasses the regulations of iron in our body, so it can actually, like if you buy a heme iron supplement, it can actually go the other way, and you can have like hyper vitaminosis of iron.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's also why I wouldn't be fooled if people suggest to eat like red meat. I mean, not just for the ethical concerns, but even for health reasons, not to eat red meat because, well, first of all, because of the heme iron, like you can easily overshoot your heme iron intake. But there are also, again, unlike with plants, there are also some other, I would say, negative components, even beyond just saturated fat, that still doesn't make it like a very good option, in my opinion. So, for instance, there are like also what we call like PAH. They're called like polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, for instance, and they're also not very good. Which is also again why red meat can be associated with cardiovascular disease, but also with with cancer in general. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I have
So
the one you're talking about. Maybe but I can't show you, but it let me open the camera.
Oh, you can't in this channel unless you're a mod. That's unfortunate, but that's part of the situation.
Animal fats in general are also pretty bad. Animal fats are generally also pretty bad as well.
Well, not all of them, the sat fat part. There are monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fats in animal fat, but it's like, it's the saturated fat that is the issue, right?
Yeah, but I can even go beyond that, and I can say even like with some like animal cuts that have like very little saturated fat, like lean meats, monounsaturated fats, I would still make the claim that you cannot compare the monounsaturated fats of animals compared to the monounsaturated fats of, say, olive oil. Because again, when we look at a food, we have to look at the entire food matrix. And well, with animal products, we have some things missing. So in other words, like polyphenols, fiber, and for instance, also antioxidants.
Yeah.
So you can't entirely compare them. I mean, yeah, you can compare them by definition, but it's like not a suitable comparison in my opinion, because yeah, there are some components missing in the animal product. Yeah, that's my explanation.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know much about it to have strong feelings about the monounsaturated fats in animal products. So.
Why red meat has omega-6 and I've seen that it's not good for your health.
No, oh my god, Osho, not again. Omega-6s are needed in our body. It just shouldn't be too much.
Yeah.
We
No, but
must
they're
get
so-
some
yeah.
omega-6s in our body. It's like essential nutrient to the human body.
Yeah, they are, I know that, but
Yeah.
the things they are using on animals, it's not good for people's health. I forgot, I've seen a research about, you can search it, I think.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Social support.
Sorry.
Please give me your social security number.
No, I do not understand what you're saying. If somebody can understand, please translate.
She's being very racist to me.
Am I? Because I don't understand what you're saying.
Gonna
I did
open a
understand that, so
ticket
thank you for speaking
and I'm
in
gonna
English
report you for being racist.
Okay. By the way, this is recorded on YouTube. If you need evidence, I'll send them what you need. So,
Yes.
yes,
You are very racist.
sure. I don't think I was. I
Then-
just asked. I just said that I didn't understand what you're saying. If you didn't, if I did blah, 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 and you didn't understand it, are you racist toward me?
That's one thing.
Yeah, sure.
And another thing is that I'm speaking in English
Yeah,
and you did understand me.
true. There is not only a matter of a language
No,
barrier.
we
There
can't
is also a
understand
matter
you.
of I just didn't understand you.
She's trying to defend herself
Okay,
too much.
can you stop coping
That's
about
implying
it
that
and
he
can you stop
has-
coping about it and talk to Felix instead?
What do you mean?
Cope is when you're trying to replace the matter of a conversation with something else just to say, oh, but what about that stuff? So stop coping and talk to Felix about veganism instead.
I don't care about veganism.
Then get the fuck out
We
of
eat
this
cow
channel. This is
over
channel
here.
about veganism. Get the fuck out.
We eat cow over here.
Yeah, get the fuck out. This channel is about veganism.
Girl,
If you don't want to talk about
you are very
veganism,
dumb. You are very dumb.
if you don't want
Here
to
in
talk
India,
about
we don't
veganism,
eat- we do not eat. We do not eat meat. A stupid woman.
you
The
know you're
cows
being
are sacred.
genderist towards me now, and
Cows
like
are very
actually,
sacred in here.
like actually being sexist. Do you understand
Uncultured
that?
swine.
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
mute you if anybody else want to mute them, and let's like have a productive conversation without like baseless accusations. Who wants to go there? Living Tribunal, what's up?
So it's
I'm
your
only
opinion,
listening.
Yeah, you'll only
I'm
listen.
only
That's okay.
listening this discussion, but I don't have fixed opinion.
Okay, sure, that's good. That's all right. Trisoni, what's up?
Hello,
Hi, are you vegan?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm not a vegan. I'm
Okay.
just a vegetarian.
Okay.
I don't eat meat, but I drink milk.
Why?
So yeah. I'm trying to be a vegan to be honest.
Mhm.
So I just come here to see.
So are you
I'm not very
convinced
good
of
at
the
English, so-
arguments? Are you convinced of the arguments to go vegan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I will try. I will
Yeah.
try.
So what's like? Yeah, let's try to help you out. What's stopping you from becoming vegan today?
I mean, I like tea, so
Yeah, tea is
generally
vegan.
milk tea.
Yeah,
Do you
well, you
know
can
brown
drink tea without milk, you know, right?
I already said I'm trying to be a vegan, but
Yeah. No, I'm just
let's
saying,
see.
sometimes we get like stuck on these things. Oh, I like these things. Therefore, I'm going to pay for exploitation and slaughter of that animal. I'm just trying to help you out, right? Sometimes telling somebody something really, really like obvious, like, listen, most people drink tea without milk. And also there is like soy milk, there is almond milk, there is like all kinds of milks. They don't cause the rights violations of cows. And sometimes it's really important to say this obvious thing for something to click, right? I'm not like berating you or something. I'm just telling you, there are things you can do.
I mean,
Also, Marta, let me see.
I only
Do you
consume milk.
try to
That is
convince
probably
everyone
You're talking
to
all together. Please, one at a
be a
time.
vegan?
Sorry?
Do you try to convince everyone to become a vegan?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Can you talk a little?
Same.
I don't know.
Are you trying everyone to become a vegan?
Yes. I try to convince everybody to be kind to animals and not exploit and kill them. That entails to go vegan, yes.
But they are. So you try to do that because you love animals and about some idea, or to become vegan is better about health?
No, health, generally speaking, I can talk about health when I can, right? I don't know everything, but I know some stuff. But generally speaking, I talk about the animals. This is not out of love for animals. There are a lot of animals I don't love. I just think they deserve our moral consideration and deserve agency over their lives and not be exploited and killed by us for unnecessary things and without considering their best interest, right?
I understood.
I hope you understood that because I talked a little fast. But
I understood.
yeah, cool. That's good.
But such countries don't have the people there don't earn enough to buy vegan foods.
Yeah, vegan foods are generally cheaper.
Support this. Yes.
Yeah, generally cheaper to be vegan, right?
Yes, it's not so cheaper to be. It's very expensive.
No, it's cheaper, generally cheaper than an omnivorous diet. Meat, dairy, and eggs are expensive. Also, a lot of like subsidies from the government, so a lot of our taxes go to support those industries. And it's still more expensive for you to eat an omnivorous diet than being a vegan. I pay less than most of my vegan friends. A lot, like all of them.
Post.
Yeah.
Post. I don't get this. If meat is so cheap, why are homeless people not eating meat?
Like, if you go to a store and, like, what would be cheaper, beef or tofu?
I don't know how is in those other countries about the vegan food, but when I go to the supermarket and I buy one meat, is more cheaper than vegan burger. Yes.
Well, we're not comparing vegan burger to... No, we're not comparing a vegan burger to a beef burger. You know why? Because a vegan burger is something that exists for a very small amount of population, and they also don't get subsidies. So I gave you a comparison that is actually comparable. Beef or tofu. They have the same protein profile, and tofu is cheaper. And it's mass-produced because not only vegans eat tofu.
Tofu.
Yeah.
I never think about that.
Yeah. So
I
here's
never
the
tried.
thing.
I don't have any
Yeah.
Yes, I don't have any. I don't have any block to buy vegan food, but I could try and I could research this food because I eat everything.
Yeah.
And
So
more
here's the
foods.
thing: if you can eat everything, and if generally speaking, you can spend the same amount of money or even less to eat vegan, would you say then you have the moral obligation to go vegan?
Yes, I like much vegan food because vegan foods have minimal how to say it? Carbohydrates. I don't know how to say that.
Carbohydrates.
But yes, carbohydrate. So have a low carbohydrate. Yeah, I I'm more intended to eat more, and my it got better my diet. Well,
So I'm not sure what was your point about carbohydrates. Sorry.
yes, I am the low carb diet today
Why?
because I wanted to be slim. I needed to lose
Yeah.
10 kilo.
Well, it's not the only way to lose weight, right?
Yes.
Yes. All you have to do is like reduce the amount of calories you eat, and you can do that on a vegan high carb diet, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, I lost about 10 kilos like a year ago or a year and a half, I guess, at this point, eating a vegan, non-carbohydrate restrictive diet. I just reduced calories, that's it. I reduced calories and I replaced high-calorie foods that don't satiate me much with low-calorie food that satiates me more. So like more fruit, more vegetables. And tofu. Tofu doesn't have almost any carbs. I think it has like 3 grams of carbs per 100 grams of tofu.
Yeah, so Tom, there is nothing unique with a low carb approach. All it does is, like with any other diet, you're restricting certain things, right? So low carb, you reduce carbohydrates. There is intermittent fasting. You reduce the time that you eat per day. You know, there is low fat, high carb. You try to reduce fat. So there are like a number of ways to lose body fat, but the most important point that that all of these diets attempt is basically a calorie or energy deficit. You need to burn more calories than you take into your body. If you cannot do that for a long time, you will not lose weight.
Can I also
it doesn't matter what kind of food. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
real quick? Some foods are high in water, some low in water. Those high in water are usually very very low calories because the water is the biggest thing. So like broccoli has a lot of water in it, and when you eat a huge bowl of it, you maybe just eating like 100 calories, which is just as much as like 1/3
I'll
of.
come back from my PC.
Yeah.
What's your favorite high water content plant?
Cucumber. Oh,
Well,
Osho.
Favorite? Well, I don't know. Like to my mind, probably comes like probably watermelon or something like that.
I like
Make
cucumber.
a vegan tzatziki sauce out of cucumber that is fantastic.
But yeah, actually, we also have like some very strict studies, very controlled, and they compared actually like a keto diet, like a very low carb diet, with plant-based diets. Now, I'm not going to say it's always better, but they found there that the plant-based eaters, they ate around 500 calories less per day. And I don't think that protein can explain the difference. Because the thing is, what is most important is the level of processing, actually. So even if you eat like protein shakes, I mean, they're, in my opinion, not very satiating. So I think there are like 3 factors that are very important to determine satiation. The first one is the level of processing, because it influences the eating rate. In other words, how fast you are eating. Then the hyperpalatability, basically how nice is it, the food. And the third factor was what was it? Yeah, level of processing, which influences the eating rate, and hyperpalatability.
And water,
That is basically,
water
these
content.
and the energy density, of course.
Yeah, water content.
Yeah, the more energy dense a food is, the more likely you're probably to overeat. And they did a study, basically. They compared 2 groups. They controlled for protein. They gave both groups the same amount of protein. They added fiber as well. And they found even if you add these components, the level of processing makes a huge difference, because you chew less if you eat ultra-processed foods, such as even like protein shakes. And I'm not going to say they're bad, right? I'm not making that claim, but you may overeat. That's all I'm saying, because you have to chew less.
Yeah, generally speaking,
If that makes
protein
sense.
shakes are for consuming a large amount of
Yeah.
protein and
Pea
calories.
protein.
Without like, generally
Pea
speaking.
protein.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, what about it?
I mean, is it good?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it depends. When you're asking what is it good? Yeah, in general, I would say it's good. Of course, yeah, it's healthy. But of course, when you are really trying to get like the last squeeze or the best satiation on a vegan diet, you can take it. But be mindful. You could have replaced it also with a whole food, right? That's all. At least for satiation.
Yeah.
I'm not saying processing is necessarily always bad for health, but when it comes down to satiation, you could spend 100 calories also with, say, a slice of tofu or broccoli. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Really good point.
I've
Wow.
just started mixing chickpeas in with my seitan. So instead of just making straight wheat seitan, I'll do half and half chickpeas and seitan. And not only does it cook easier, but it's a little bit more, I don't know, filling, I guess, because you're getting a little bit more carbs. It's great. I would definitely suggest it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same. Like if you also want to have like high satiation, try not to blend it or try not to drink your calories so much, because again, it's very easy to overconsume. You don't have to chew anything. Yeah, and it also takes more time for the gut to register satiation as well. And if you just drink it, it just goes through your stomach much faster. But yeah, satiety is a very complex thing, actually. It's not just simply about like protein or fiber. Yeah, also the processing and the chewing also plays a huge role.
I mean, when I first went vegan, I was full all surprising because I'm guessing fiber increased the amount of whole plant foods I was eating. I was just constantly just full. It was great. Eat like huge amounts of food.
Yeah.
You stuffed.
But there are some proponents who actually try to mention the protein leverage theory. It's basically like the idea that mammals, especially I think rodents, it was mainly in rodents, that these animals, they try to seek out protein, and if they can't get it, they will try to overeat on other foods. Now, I will not deny it probably exists, right? But the question that we have to ask is how much does it explain of the variance in satiation? And it's probably like 50% or so. And the other proportion is probably, again, like the processing, the energy density, and how hedonic, like how pleasurable is the food. Like if you have just broccoli, even if you just spice it up a bit, I mean, that's not like a 10 out of 10. It's nice, but it doesn't like make you addicted, really. And especially like some combinations are very rewarding for the brain, such as like fat and salt or fat and carbohydrates.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. If you just add olive oil and some red pepper flakes on that broccoli, it'll be you'll be done. It's good.
Yeah, but even something low caloric or like non-caloric, such as salt, if you add salt to your oats, I mean, they taste much better. And it makes sense because salt is very important for our body. Yeah, I mean, we literally have just like these, how do you say, the sodium pumps in our body. So it's vital for our survival.
True.
But yeah, salt, oil, sugar. Yeah.
Like, generally speaking, I think if you're on a diet, it's not a great idea to eat really tasty food. I think eating an okay food would be better for your losing goals.
Non-vegans? Questions? Sky, you vegan? Mickey? La Rosa? Yeah, post.
The main concern for
Sorry, go ahead.
being a vegan is you're not rich. It's basically I think that's a requirement for being a vegan. Like you need to maintain a supplement, of course. That things like that. You need to consult a dietitian. And of course, it's not available in the market easily. So you
Sorry,
actually
what is not
need
available?
to.
What is not available in the market?
Actually, or I can say like, it's not the meals or like that. Like
I'm sorry, I can't understand, and I hope you don't think that I'm racist because of it.
Oh, that guy was trolling,
No,
trying to be a scammer
not really.
earlier.
One factor also would be the inconvenience. I think that's all.
Yeah. But do you think if you knew that humans are killed for food that you don't need, would you take the inconvenience and change your actions?
I don't think that being a vegan is for rich people only. Like, if you're poor, you can't afford to be a vegan.
You say you can. It's possible. Yes?
You can't. You can't.
You can't. You making the claim that vegans must be rich?
I can't argue this when I'm loaded.
Sorry, that's just like factually incorrect. A vegan diet is cheaper than a meat-based diet or animal-based diet. Vegan clothing is cheaper than, like, let's say, leather and silk and wool. Like, it's a luxury to eat and buy animal products, including clothing. Leather is a luxury. Wool is a luxury. Silk is a luxury. If you buy the vegan alternatives, it's cheaper. And on a personal level, when I went vegan, I could barely afford rent. Silence.
It also depends on the country you're in. Maybe it's more pricey in different countries. So
Where are you?
I think
What country are you in?
I'm from the Philippines.
Philippines. It's the cheapest. Philippines has so much vegan food. And it's the cheapest food on earth. What are you talking about? Is there tofu in Philippines? Is there tofu in Philippines?
Yeah. We are here.
What costs more? If you go to if you go to a supermarket, what costs more? 200 grams of beef or 200 grams of tofu? And please remember that I have Google.
Yeah, beef costs more. Yes, but
Yeah.
actually, other than beef or tofu, I think that's all available here. I know.
So I'm putting in a side chat a guide to veganism in Philippines. What you can eat, where you can go, what foods are vegan and what are not. You just ask you go to Google and ask being a vegan in Philippines, and presto. And it doesn't really, like, unless you are in Alaska maybe, and then food is scarce anyway, tofu is going to be always cheaper than beef. Beans are gonna be even cheaper. Chickpeas, even cheaper. Rice, crazy cheap. Lentils, huge amount of protein, crazy cheap, right? Potatoes, fruits, some fruits would be cheaper than other fruits, but fruits generally cheap. In Philippines, you grow most of your food, man. Oh my God. Okay, Twilight, what's up? Why is it so quiet? Davey.
Yeah.
You can hear me, right? Why is it so quiet?
Yes. I don't know. But I was thinking earlier when the guy brought up the cobalt mine and the exploitation there, to make it a fair analogy to veganism, it would be if Apple was using cobalt from exploited children in Africa and Android had plant-based cobalt, but you just kept on buying Apple because that's what you're used to.
Yeah.
Instead of just switching.
Yeah. Well, not plant-based cobalt. You mean non-exploitative cobalt in this case, right?
Of course, vegan cobalt.
Yeah. Yeah.
In this hypothetical.
True. By the way, I didn't get the answer for it. I was looking to see if the cobalt that is fed to cows for their B12 consumption, is it the same cobalt as the thing that is on our phones? I have no idea.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know.
Yeah. Because that's how, like, for instance, cows, that's how they supplemented B12 sometimes. Sometimes it's injections and shit. But most of the time, you just add cobalt into their diet, into their feed. So, but I have no idea. It could be just different stuff that both are called cobalt. I have no idea.
Yeah. I'm also confused if that's the only place where we actually get our cobalt, is because I think in Scandinavia they discovered one of the largest mines of rare earth minerals like a couple years ago.
Oh, that's cool. But also, I would make the distinction. There was somebody else in here earlier asking me, well, how do you make the distinction between what is what is vegan and moral and what is not? So in case of like consumption, right, buying stuff, I think we should think about inherency, because then it gives us the indication of whether or not we should boycott something, some industry, or whether we should rehabilitate it. So if the exploitation in cobalt mining is not inherent, Byton, sorry, I'm just saying Byton to somebody. If exploitation is not inherent, then we should rehabilitate the industry. Boycotting it would cause more harm.
Post-mortem is it role? Post-mortem is it role? I feel like is it role?
Excuse me?
Yes.
You don't read text.
Yeah, true, because
arguments.
We're talking.
Copy user ID. Vegan ban.
You can read. You learn English.
Yeah, but I don't. When I talk, I don't also read at the same time. I'm not looking at the chat right now because I'm talking. I'm vegan, but I'm not supernatural.
Read this. Boom.
Oh, did you ban them? Oh.
Yeah.
I want those perms. God fucking damn it. Davey, can you get me the perms? I don't know if I want them, actually.
Ой, ребята, привет.
Dingus will give them to you.
А куда я попал? Excuse me?
Yeah, I mean, I have a doubt. Can I ask?
Yeah, what's up, Spidey?
Yeah, what's the difference between vegans and vegetarian?
Yeah. So you will get different answers. So in my opinion, vegetarians have like some kind of affinity to animals, and therefore like they don't kill the direct killing of animals, specifically like usually pigs, chickens, and cows. Some of them do eat fish, for instance, and most of them like wear leather. So I would say the difference is that vegetarians are illogical, because if they think that animals deserve moral consideration, they should extend it to the animals they exploit, meaning for leather, for dairy, for eggs. But some vegans will tell you that vegetarians are on a diet and there is no ethical conversation going on there. I don't think that's true necessarily. But it depends. You should ask every vegetarian what motivates them. And you should actually ask every vegan as well what motivates them, because some people say that they're vegan, but actually they're just on a diet.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Are you vegan?
No, I'm not.
Why not?
Because I eat all of the things. I would say I eat beef, I eat vegetable, I eat both of them.
I didn't ask what you do. I asked why you are not vegan.
How to say, I don't have any interest.
You don't have any interest?
I mean, I didn't know about how is vegans' life going.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Do you understand now what veganism is?
Yeah, a little bit I explained, but I want more informations and more more opinions.
Sure, so ask. There are a few vegans in here.
Oh, are you vegan?
I am vegan, yes.
Oh, thank you. I have a question, but I will ask further, okay?
Sure. What's the question?
I don't have a question now.
Oh, you don't have a question. Oh, I apologize. Okay. My ears, I guess, not working today. Just happens. Truska, what's up? Or Trusk, I guess. I don't know. Anybody wants to turn on their mic and have a conversation?
I think we need to get more of the YouTube comment, my friends, to come to Discord and practice having more conversations.
Yeah, maybe. One of the people came in. They asked a lot of questions here indeed. Today I restricted my stream to have to be subscribed for 1 minute to ask a question, to write a chat. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
But I have a lot of good friends that I talk to all the time.
Yeah.
You know, on different vegan live streams and stuff.
Yeah.
I want to start encouraging them to come join me, do some outreach and get the practice talking to people.
Idea. That's a good idea. Well, I don't know. It seems like it died down. Maybe I should go do something else. All right.
Yeah, I should have started work 6 minutes ago, but I was having...
Yeah. So I guess Brooke and Davey, you're in charge. Joking.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go.
Brooke
See
is
you
the leader.
later. Bye. Right. Hello, chat. I have not addressed many people in the chat today because, generally speaking, my attention cannot be split that well. If I start reading the chat, I will not be able to track the conversation that is to be had in the Discord. So I apologize for that. Once in a while, I'll catch something and I'll do it, but then I'm not listening anymore. Oh, Neil feels very neglected. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Anyways, so yeah, I've done about 5 hours of Discord outreach today. I think that's great. Oh, Bianca, I'm going. I'm ending the stream now. I'm so sorry. You just got here. But I think I'm gonna end the stream today. Speaking of tomorrow, just bringing it up, the transition is flawless. I think I'm gonna take a little break from outreach if I can, because I keep finding myself, even when I don't stream, I keep finding myself in these Discords having conversations and shout matches. Even when I don't stream, guys, I'm like generally speaking most of the time in Discord trying to convince people to go vegan or shout at them that they are Hitler or something like that. So, but tomorrow I'm gonna try to take a break and resume our usual schedule, and I don't know, do something else. Have a conversation about something else, maybe read an article, do something boring. Or maybe talk about just the carnivore clowns in World Carnivore Tribe. We'll see. I'll think about something and we'll just do a normal, regular, quiet stream without all this nonsense about push-ups and shit. Yeah, so thank you for listening. I hope some of you enjoyed it. I hope it wasn't too painful. At times, I definitely am losing brain cells, for sure. But I'm willing to sacrifice the brain cells for the hope that somebody would go vegan. Yeah, thank you for coming, guys.